Ready? Yeah. Okay. We are live. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, members. We are the planning committee. This planning committee is the 13th of January. First item on the agenda is to receive apologies. I've had two apologies, Councillor Atkinson and Councillor Hughes. Anybody else is here? Yes, we have. Oh, Councillor Pole. Right. Okay. So the normal circumstances will prevail once we've started discussion on any particular item. Councillor Pole will not be able to take part in the discussion or vote for that matter, but will then join in whenever. Item 2, declarations of interest. Please remember that you need to declare disclosable pecuniary interests that relate to business on the agenda, and we will follow that procedure if it should arise. But at the moment, I've had no indications of conflicts of interest or anything else. The Access to Information Act, the exclusion of press and public, quite the opposite. This is a public meeting, and I am happy to have the press and public present. Moving on to our first item on the agenda, which is 240911 MDO. This is the Harlequin Centre, Paul Street. Just before I hand over to the officer to start this, I will remind members that this is a discussion of Section 106 agreements and a modification of that agreement. It is not a discussion about the application itself, which is accepted and part of the proceedings. Councillor Hall, if you can start straight away, then you can take part of this one. We've not started any part of the debate on item 4 yet. So, Councillor Paul, what I did say is this is a discussion about a 106 amendment, and it is not a discussion on a planning application. Okay, so with that in mind, I hand over to Matt.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. So this is application 24/0911 MDO. It relates to the Harlequins shopping centre site on Paul Street in St David's Ward. The applicant is Curlew Alternatives Property LP. The description of the proposal is to modify the Section 106 legal agreement tied to planning permission reference 21/1 1104/full to pay a financial contribution in lieu of the provision of affordable private rent units to improve scheme viability. Planning Permission 21/1104 full was approved by the Planning Committee on the 15th of November 2021. The decision was issued on the 21st of January 2022. In case members aren't familiar with the approved scheme, I'm just going to run through a few slides showing what was approved. This is the site location plan and shows the site outlined in red. And this is the aerial view showing the shopping centre. This is a different aerial view, just highlighting the scope of the shopping centre and the surrounding buildings. And these are some photos that were taken at the time of the original planning application. This slide just provides an overview of the permitted scheme. So it includes the demolition of the shopping centre in its entirety and the development of 2 blocks of co-living accommodation, totaling 383 bed spaces. At the time, 20% of the units were secured as affordable private rented units, which came to 55 studios and 21 cluster bedrooms. And priority was given to essential local workers. The scheme included a new landscaped square and a pocket park, as well as narrowing Paul Street with wider foot and cycleways, as well as public cycle parking. It involved the removal of 91 car parking spaces, with the retention of 9 spaces for local businesses and retaining 2 disabled spaces and 2 electric vehicle car club spaces for the co-living proposal. This was the approved site plan showing the 2 buildings. This was a plan showing the approved street scenes fronting onto Paul Street at the top and facing the rear of the site at the bottom. This plan showed the middle of the site where the existing ramp is leading to the Guildhall car park, which would be redesigned into landscaped gardens that would be publicly accessible. And at the southwestern corner of the site, a pocket park would be developed. The site included an interpretation centre to provide historic and educational information on the city walls, as well as a new footbridge across Paul Street, which would have a smaller, more lightweight design than the existing footbridge. And here are some 3D images of what the approved scheme will look like. So this slide sets out the Section 106 planning obligations that was secured when planning permission was granted, just highlighting the element that is before you this evening, subject to a proposed change. And that is a change to the 20% of the dwellings on site being affordable private rented units, changing that to a proposed financial contribution to deliver off-site affordable housing. As set out in the committee report, following pre-application engagement with the developer on the viability of the scheme involving an independent valuer, officers agree that the approved scheme is not viable to deliver. Furthermore, officers consider that the proposed financial contribution in lieu of the affordable private rent units to be spent on affordable housing delivery elsewhere in the city is acceptable. This takes into account the approach to affordable housing delivery for co-living schemes set out in the emerging Exeter plan, although this document carries limited weight at the current time. The proposed modification to the Section 106 agreement will improve the scheme's viability, allowing it to be delivered, including the public benefits as set out in the committee report. Therefore, the officer recommendation is to delegate to the head of city development to grant completion of a deed of variation to the Section 106 agreement relating to planning permission 21/11044 to pay a financial contribution in lieu of the provision of affordable private rent units as set out in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Okay, I'm reminding members that their questions now to the officer relating to the report. We will have then other speakers and we will enter into debate after that. So please do not get into debate on the schemes there. But if anybody has any questions for the officer, please. Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you. As I said, I wonder if Matt could take us through a little bit on the viability issue, because that's the main concern from our point of view, the weighing up of a gain against a loss, and whether we're losing or whether we are gaining, or whether the actual, at the end of the day, it's a neutral. Clearly, the financial situation has changed since the day. We know that 20% is the agreed number for co-living developments, was then and is continuing. The total figure shown in the report at one stage amounts to just over 7 million, I believe, of available funding that would be paid over a period of time. Now, have we got any indication of the number of units of 1 or 2 bedroom accommodation that would provide elsewhere in the city? Because at some stage we know it's 20%, we know it's 50 odd or whatever units here. What is a corresponding number we would anticipate the money that we're getting from this site, if it does, when it is developed, will enable us to purchase or build? Because the other general issue I've got with this is that at the moment this is co-living available to key workers in the city centre area, and there's very limited city centre space, and it worries me that increasingly this is appealing to a certain market, which we all know is associated with something called Exeter University, and we are slowly denuding the ability of ordinary key workers and others to live within the city centre. So the problem is, we're accepting this, A, what is the accommodation we're likely to get out of it? And secondly, is it likely at all that that's going to be in the city centre or elsewhere in the city?
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. I need to point you to the committee report, because it is all set out there, and obviously don't want to repeat everything that's in the committee report. What I can say is that discussions with the developer on the viability of the scheme commenced all the way back in 2023 and involved an independent valuer who was jointly commissioned by both parties. Schemes such as this are very complex in terms of the economics, in terms of how they are funded, and the costs and the value they generate over time. But the key variables were agreed by the independent valuer, and it was agreed that the current scheme incorporating the 20% affordable units is not viable, largely due to the increase in construction costs and interest rates since the scheme was approved back at the start of 2022. The £7.5 million is the agreed sum for the value of the on-site affordable units. So that figure would be capped in terms of the maximum amount of money that would come to the council as a result of this agreement. And what makes this deal slightly different is that the developer has agreed to pay some of that money up front, So for most planning obligations, including affordable housing, it will be delivered in tandem with the scheme itself. And this development is estimated to be delivered at the tail end of 2027, 2028. So if it was viable to deliver the current scheme, that affordable housing wouldn't be there until 2028. But because of the structure of the financial contribution that we've negotiated with the developer, up to 2 million would be secured early. So that would include 1 million when the demolition commences, and a further 1 million when the main construction works commence. The remaining 5.5 million will be subject to a further valuation exercise when the scheme is completed. So the actual costs and the current financial position can be evaluated at that stage. So this is really about an art to delivery, to actually deliver a scheme that is very complicated. And in terms of the question about how many units 7.5 million will provide, I'm afraid that's hard to confirm. It all depends on what site and what the circumstances of the site are. What I will say, as is set out in the report, in line with our affordable housing SPD, that the money could be used on any form of affordable housing as defined in the NPPF. So it wouldn't necessarily be restricted to co-living. It would be this council's decision about how it spends the money for the maximum social value at the time we receive the funds. So it could be on social rent or other forms of affordable housing. I hope that answers your question.
I just want some indication of the type of range of number of units. We know how many we're losing. What potentially is the range what you might be gaining on the other side? Yeah. I think what Matt said there really clearly is that we're not losing homes. Homes will still be provided on the permitted developments. They won't be affordable homes, and the equivalent monetary sum is in lieu of that, and that could then be used for other forms of social housing, affordable housing provision. So I think I would just caution the use of the term we're losing homes. When I don't believe that we're losing any homes. In fact, we firmly believe that with this variation, the scheme becomes viable and we're more likely to deliver 380 plus homes in the city centre.
Councillor Patrick, Councillor Jobson, and Councillor Ketch.
Thank you, Chair. I do apologise if this is in the report, but just in terms of who, and I think you've answered this already actually in that last response, but I was just trying to get an understanding of who is going to deliver those affordable housing. So that those funds would come to us, and then obviously we would be choosing a developer, or it would be council built properties. We'd have choices of how to. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patrick. Councillor Jobson.
Thank you. If this goes ahead, we get the 2 million quite quickly. See, when demolition starts, I thought actually it had already started because that was all that was keeping the planning permission alive. So perhaps they should pay over their £1 million now they've started demolishing. But that aside, will this be an irrevocable deed of variation, irrevocable covenant, or could they come back later and say, well, I know you've had 2 million and I know we promised to pay you another 5.5 million, but things have got worse. It's not viable any longer. Can we just give you £3 million? Is one thing. So is it absolutely binding? And does it have to be new properties that the money is spent on? And the council has in the past bought back right to buy properties, which do provide homes for people, which and long-term homes, which co-living probably doesn't. So would it be able to be used for the purchase of the second-hand market, so to speak? Thank you.
So, in fact, quite often we've used Section 106 funding that's available to buy second-hand homes. Most recently, we used some Section 106 funding for the refugee Ukrainian support scheme, and was successful. So the key thing is that the Section 106 agreement allows for the receipt of capital sums to be used for other forms of affordable housing provision, and that absolutely could include buying homes effectively off the market, if you like, and used as part of the HRA. So it could absolutely be used for that purpose if the city council chose to do that. Yeah.
Is it irrelevant?
So all I think it's in Matt's report, up to the point when an agreement is 5 years old, then an applicant would need the agreement of the city council to vary it, and that's what they're seeking in this case because it's less than 5 years old. Beyond 5 years, and any applicant can apply to have that check the Section 6 agreement varied. We'd still have to consider it and determine, but they don't need an agreement, if you like, to vary it, if that makes sense.
So the answer to the question is no, it's not irrevocable.
I think any Section 106 agreement can be varied under those two scenarios.
Thank you. Councillor Ketchin, please.
Does this set precedent in the city? Is this the first time I've heard of this kind of arrangement? Is this set precedent if, or is this sort of very standalone?
With your permission, this entry very much as a one-off. It's very unusual, exceptional circumstances that we've considered this. It's absolutely not our first choice as officers. We'd much prefer to see the provision of these affordable homes on site. That's just not proving viable. So it's down to the individual circumstances of this particular application that has allowed us to consider this in this way. So it's quite exceptional circumstances.
What would be the consequences if this committee decided not to agree to this proposal?
In all likelihood, it just won't get built and the site remain as it is for the foreseeable future. And also just to say, Chair, that there's no right of appeal as well. The powers which we're determining this under this evening are our discretion as a local planning authority.
Councillor Paul.
I'm just wondering about the sort of nature of the units being referred to as key worker units, affordable units. I just is this a particular part of the city where key worker accommodation is needed? I mean, would this be the place you would put key worker accommodation if you could choose where to put it? And do key workers, by their nature, particularly need this kind of accommodation? That's the sort of the kind of size and specification that's being offered here.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Paul. I think the truth is all types of affordable housing are needed in the city, as well as key worker housing. I dealt with this original application from its very early days when it was some draft sketches on the table. And as I set out in the report, initially we were considering a commuted sum because the whole issue of how to deal with affordable housing for co-living, which was a new type of housing product for us here in Exeter. This was the first scheme that we dealt with it. And shortly, or more or less at the same time, the government published its new planning practice guidance on build-to-rent homes. And then, so that's when we changed to ask for the developers to include affordable housing on site, but clearly at 20% instead of our policy requirement, which is 35%. And the developers agreed to that at the time. We were conscious that members at that time might not be very happy about reducing the number of affordable dwellings from 35% to 20%. So we factored in essential local workers into it. I've got no evidence to suggest that this part of the city is crying out for accommodation for essential local workers in particular. I think it's fair to say that there's just a need everywhere. However, the sum of money can be spent on any type of affordable housing, and that might include key worker housing as well. But there's maximum flexibility, and it's the council will be in control of this money when it's received.
Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. I'm looking at any more questions, please, from members. Yes, or Councillor Bennett.
If we were of a mind to accept this and vote for it, could we put a condition that the affordable housing needed to be in the city centre rather than anywhere else within Exeter?
Question to me. So the Section 106 money has a specific constitutional way of being decided. So we can't direct the directors, the executive, and everybody else how to do it. They can put proposals to us as to how it's going to be done, but it's not part of us as planning to condition something like that about the 106 monies. Councillor Battery, coming back here.
Thank you. Again, apologies if this is kind of an obvious question, but if these funds did come to us, if we did agree this, that money would be ring fenced for this particular purpose, wouldn't it? Like, it couldn't just go into a general fund to be used however the council saw fit. It would be totally ring fenced, I'm assuming. Yeah, thank you.
Not any ring, but specifically ring fenced for affordable housing.
Thank you.
All right. Councillor Ketchin, do want to try and avoid having double doses on things, particularly as we go later on, but you're most welcome, Councillor Ketchin.
So I had a look at the what's been going on with sort of increases in costs and things, and trying to get my head around this. And in the last 3 years, construction costs have gone up 18%. And I don't know if that's a sort of a comparative figure that the developer came forward with. I sort of thought, gosh, that's a bit of a hike. And then I thought, well, I wonder if rents have gone up, and I had a look at that as well. And I was surprised to find that rents in Exeter have gone up 18%. So obviously, not every kind of rental is the same. And the only, I think, comparative development in Exeter that we've got is the Gorge, which is sort of in my ward, so I'm kind of cognizant of it. And in the 2 years that's been going, the rents there have been going up 15%. Let me just finish. It's quite important. So what I'm asking, because it's, I think it helps people understand. So they're all sort of. I think the one thing that has really changed is interest rates now, because that's outside that metric. But some of those things are factored in. Are those the sort of terms of money and the points of reference that the developer used to say this is no longer affordable, or have they got a different set of metrics that they can evidence to say that things have gone awry? Because costs but rental seem to have kind of gone up comparatively. So I'm kind of at a bit of a loss as to understanding the business case or lack of?
So the developers submitted a summary of the viability discussions with the application. Those factors you mentioned are variables in the viability appraisal, although they are probably safe to say more complicated than that. The simplest way of putting it is that yes, construction costs have gone up, and the cost of borrowing has clearly gone up as well in terms of interest rates. And whilst rental values may increase, and obviously the work has to predict what they might be in 2028 going forwards. As I mentioned, we did commission an independent valuer to review the viability of the scheme, and their conclusion was it is not viable to build. That is the developer's position, so it will not be built, and that is agreed by us. So so there's a sort of standard amount of profit that any developer would like to see on any development scheme. If it doesn't reach that threshold, then a scheme just won't get built. And here, whilst normally, although we're not viability experts, we can sort of safely say from our experience, most developers aim somewhere between 15 and 20% profit. The target we've put here is 13%, and that's achievable if the affordable units are removed from the scheme and give some money left over towards an affordable housing contribution. But if the affordable units remain in the scheme, then the profit drops to around 9%. So it won't get investment, it won't get built.
Thank you, ma'am. Is that okay? Councillor Rawson.
Thank you, Chair. Going back to the affordable rent units, the 20%, is there a lifespan on how long they have to be offered for? Is it for ever?
Yes.
So this was raised by a lay representation. So if you look at the update sheet, someone asked whether there'd be a clawback mechanism. So I can say that the developers haven't asked for a clawback mechanism. Obviously, the affordable housing on the site was to be secured in perpetuity. So that's what we've agreed, that the money, once it's paid to the council, will remain with the council in effect in perpetuity until such time as it wishes to spend it.
No, sorry. You may have misunderstood. My question is if the 20% affordable rent units, how long do they have to stay affordable for? Does that make sense?
In perpetuity.
Is
you saying is it a question of right to buy?
Yes, so is it that they only have to offer the affordable housing for 10, 100 years, 99 years or whatever? Yeah. Yeah.
Ordinarily, in build-to-rent schemes and co-living as a type of build-to-rent scheme, it would have to remain as part of the scheme in perpetuity. I think that's the case.
Okay, Mr. Checking any more questions? Right, okay, thank you, Matt. Thank you, members. We're now moving into councillors speaking. Understanding Order 44 of Councillor Moore. Welcome. As I'm sure you're aware, Councillor Moore, there is no time limit on what you can do. However, I do ask you to be as brief and concise as possible, and also remind you that we are talking about the variation of the Section 106 and not any other aspect of the scheme. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, councillors. And yes, I will very much be focusing on the viability. I find it rather strange, a rather strange reality, really, that I'm here arguing in favour of the status quo, given that I think this application, this development is a disaster for Exeter. But here we go. So
In 2021, the approval of the Harlequins development was seen as an important landmark for Exeter, and it was backed by the council, promoted heavily, backed by the planning committee, including the leader of the council, who was on the committee at the time. The affordable housing element was a really crucial part of that approval to make it acceptable in planning terms. The affordable elements were seen as a priority for key workers who were lauded at the time for their dedication during the COVID pandemic. How things change. Approving this request will now add to the systemic housing failure in Exeter, which the Devon Housing Commission report plainly set out for us all to see. Rejecting this request will not affect the 5-year housing supply, as the approval is already granted. The approval will not contradict the emerging plan, because it wasn't even an emerging plan at that stage when the decision was made. However, approval will be a significant undermining of planning policy, including current policies such as the City Council's Affordable Housing Supplementary Planning Document of 2014, Local Plan Policy CP7, and Chapter 5 and the glossary of the National Planning Policy Framework, and the Policy Planning Practice Guidance on Build to Rent, which you've already heard about. And these are all material considerations. So this picks up on one of the questions earlier. The decision that was made and the co-living accommodation was specified as built to rent housing as defined in the NPPF. So it's purpose-built housing that is typically 100% rented out. National Planning Practice Guidance states that 20% is generally a suitable benchmark for the level of affordable private rent homes to be provided and maintained in perpetuity, so forever, in any build-to-rent scheme. So approving this request severely undermines the 20% affordable housing guidance for developments of brownfield sites, which is obviously very significant in the emerging plan. It slithers out of the commitments made at the time the planning decision was made to bring forward this project, and it brings a whole new meaning to net zero. The planning committee is being asked to give up 20% of the bed spaces. So let's see what that is. That's 55 studios, so bigger than the box hotel rooms that Councillor Wright referred to when it was approved, and 21 cluster flat bedrooms, so basically a shared HMO flat. These were very significant material considerations that informed the scheme's approval, and the development explicitly identified these as affordable units prioritised first for key workers. The report says the proposal will result in the delivery of affordable housing elsewhere in the city. I say, really? I say this is too big a decision to gamble on in terms of the future of affordable housing here in Exeter. We're in the middle of a housing crisis. And this is especially the case of single young people for whom the options are dwindling and expensive. The Devon Housing Commission report made this clear. So there's been a rise in 10 years to 2021 by 21% of residents living in shared houses, converted houses and bedsits. That's not students, that's residents. And that's exactly what this so-called co-living is all about. The report, again, the Devon Housing Commission report, is a material consideration as it has been considered by the council. So, of course, 2 million quid and potentially up to £7.5 million cash to spend of affordable housing isn't to be sneezed at, and that's no COVID pun intended, but it won't meet the need. And it is no more, 7.5 million is no more than the value of the affordable housing to the developer in the development. So that's what it's valued at. That's why the figure's been arrived at. We know it's very slow to build affordable and council housing, and we've seen the problems with that. And the council housing team only refers to the money as unlocking sites, not building homes. And given the council's reorganisation that's going to happen, it's not realistic to expect that council housing will be completed before 2028, and particularly before the time the Harlequins is complete. Of course, I welcome and I would prefer to have social housing. Of course, we all do, but councils and Exeter City Council doesn't build housing for single people, especially units for young single people, which is what this scheme is designed to provide. I am here speaking up for young people. Unfortunately, this is their only option. Exeter City Council's housing programme is prioritising homes for over 65-year-olds, which falls outside the right to buy. How many single young people have you, as councillors, told don't even bother to try to get on the council housing register? Nor do I expect any council homes will be built in or near the city centre, where the demand is greatest, to be at work, near the hospital, near the train station, near the city council, or where key workers work. While Harlequins is not what I hope for housing for young people, it has to be better than no affordable housing at all. I also would say that the developers left this to the last minute, now claiming higher building costs. The BCIS, so the Industry Standard Construction Service forecasts, back in 2019 said that costs will rise for construction by 14% over the forecast period to 2026. So 2 years later, when the amended application came in, so that we saw there's only going to be one co-living block, and then the second co-living block was going to originally be a hotel. So they came back in 2022 and they asked for it to be more co-living. So the BCS, when a scheme was approved in January 2022, the BICS forecast prices rose to 22%, so even over your figures, I'm afraid to say, over the whole forecast period. So you're telling me that developers came to that committee in 2022 knowing that they haven't got a financially viable scheme? Of course they didn't. They came to change the use from a hotel to co-living because it's more financially lucrative. Those BICS construction prices are now lower, and even with the national insurance rise, and that was commented most recently on their website, with the most recent forecast of 17%. So this is not a surprise over time. Their QS wouldn't have suddenly thought, oh gosh, here's a sudden shock we didn't realise. And changing the Section 106 requirements won't actually make it cheaper to build. And let's remember, the developer has taken actions to safeguard their profitability. They already owned the land long before the COVID property bubble boosted Exeter's housing crisis further. And I also, and I didn't see in the viability report any note about the downward pressure on housing prices in Exeter. In this area, the site and its value is only what they pay for it, because it's not like selling a house. It's not like selling flats. We don't have a co-living market in Exeter at the moment. They also protected their investment because they weren't required to undertake an environmental screening assessment. And as I've mentioned already, since the first planning permission was given, they scrapped the hotel and turned it into more co-living. Of course, all year round co-living is much more lucrative than a seasonal hotel business. Now, I do think there are risks associated with this proposal. The first payment trigger of £1 million is a delay mechanism. How do we know the developer won't be going, once it's got the Section 106, the affordable housing obligations removed, touting the scheme around the market, just as the developer of Walnut Gardens did, and what a disaster that was, and a mess they had to sort out. So once they've got their planning approved. And if you look at their viability assessment, they have factored in an exit yield of 5%. And as I've said, it's not going to make it cheaper to build by moving the affordable housing, because the blocks are not going to have a few bits taken or a few floors taken off, because it's going to just all be built. What it's about is releasing an improved long-term return on investment and the exit value for the developer. What about if the chosen contractor, or in fact the developer, goes bust partway through, will we lose the money? We have seen hold-ups elsewhere, such as the scheme next to the courts building, ending up with no or much reduced Section 106 money. There's also something else in the report which hasn't yet been mentioned, which I want to draw your attention to. That was a very big discussion at the time the application was considered. It was about harm to the heritage assets. The city wall, a very significant section of the city wall, runs down at the edge of the site. And that was assessed. The public benefits have to be assessed against the heritage harm. It was assessed that there wasn't going to be significant harm. There's been no assessment, despite the assertion within the report, provided drawing attention to this, or to say that the lack of affordable housing is worth the potential risk to the heritage assets. It's about trade-offs. The report also compares the development to the exception given to the Clarence Hotel that have a similar sort of trigger point for their affordable housing. I would argue this is a very different kettle of fish to the Clarence Hotel. Everybody knows and accepts that in order to get a significant city heritage asset redeveloped, that we are having luxury developments there of less than 20 flats, a completely different setup to the arrangement here, which I would argue is not an exceptional circumstance. So we have to remember that the 7.5 million for the affordable housing is the same amount that the developer calculated that it would be the value of what if they provided it. We aren't getting anything more. We won't be getting more affordable housing by having the cash instead. In fact, if we look at discounting that amount, so the net present value, if you want to do economics, when the project is complete, the council's going to obviously have to build it. It will take time, and potentially the cash sum will be reduced. And also, there's no clauses, if you've read that the document that came with it, for if the viability changes and it gets better, there's going to be no more money for the council. And I can only imagine it's only going to be one direction for rents. And finally, the agent has confirmed there will be no reduction in the number of wheelchair accessible units in the scheme. So that's good. But the four affordable wheelchair accessible units would become open market wheelchair accessible units. At very least, the developer should be required to keep these as affordable. We know how exceptionally difficult it is for people who are wheelchair users to find affordable housing. These units are slightly bigger than the standard ones. And in fact, there is scope for this. The viability report itself says a similar approach, adopting the same input, so this is comparing the two viability calculations, with no percent affordable housing, generates a profit of almost 15 million quid, 17% of profit on GDV, which is above the required benchmark profit of 13% on GDV, gross development value. So they're having their percentages built in. So we know, if nothing else, the developer can afford to include these. And it is not only mean not to do so, it puts the council at risk of failing in our public sector equality duty by allowing the developer to roll back on these just four wheelchair accessible units. If the council is to prove to the City of Exeter that co-living is a viable option for the future, then the planning committee needs to stick to its national planning policy and guidance and not become boxed into a tiny room. We've already heard officers say, what is the alternative? An empty shopping building for another few years, perhaps? Well, no, I don't believe that's true. If the council is clear in its aspirations and policies, then the developer will go back to the drawing board, design a new scheme which is viable, with less harm requiring to be mitigated. Ultimately, a decision in favour tonight will fix a land value for this part of the city centre at the expense of community benefits at the expense of affordable homes. If you have the courage to say no, just as you did with the police station site, then the overinflated value of the land reduces and a better scheme may result. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Now inviting questions, Councillor Patrick.
Thank you, Councillor Moore, for that presentation. I have a few questions. Do you want one at a time or?
Yeah,
Cool. Okay, so questions and comments, I guess, really. Just a few things. So you mentioned the risk of the developer going bust. If the developer goes bust and we're expecting to get affordable housing through their development, then we're not going to get anything. So in this scenario, actually, if the developer went bust and they've handed us some cash up front, we're actually better off, I believe. We talked about that. Obviously, we're going to have to deliver this housing, and obviously, there's sort of supply side issues. There's obviously difficulties building housing from scratch. We have had conversations earlier about that we could actually buy second hand, so we could buy on the second hand market. And on that note, Councillor, I think it appears that you are not a fan of co-living. I think that's fair to say. And do you recognise then that this scheme would allow us to provide different sorts of housing, so affordable housing, so then we wouldn't be contained with having just co-living provided through this scheme? We'd actually be able to provide possibly the sorts of accommodation that you would prefer. So just wanted your comment on that point, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, well, before in December, the developer already started. They knocked down a tiny little bit of an access ramp, about 5 meters by 1 meter. So they have commenced the development. So hopefully next week, if this is approved, we'll get 1 million quid in. That'd be great, wouldn't it? But I think actually we have to be strategic about this and actually recognise that 55 homes are a really important asset to the city. We don't know that the council would be able to deliver the equivalent amount. In terms of your second question, I think there's 2 points. I have not been convinced of the benefits of co-living. It's not about what I prefer. I'm afraid to say it is about what the benefits are to the community. And when the housing standards were introduced, which are advisory nationally, there were good reasons for that. And from a post-war period of how people were living in really poor quality houses, and housing size is important. And as I said during my presentation, this is really important because council housing is not available for young people. It is not available for single young people. So it may be available for single people occasionally if they've been in temporary accommodation and they've been rough sleeping. But actually, if you're a young person and you're not entitled to be on the housing register at all. So it's really very, it's unfortunately, the demand for single housing in Exeter and in St David's Ward in particular is really, really high. And there's many, many people who are forced out of the city because they're not able to find a flat or a studio. I mean, he's actually suggesting that they've been building studios, which is better than the box rooms. So actually, this is why I'm here, bizarrely sticking up for this scheme.
Thank you, Councillor. So obviously there is a place for co-living in circumstances. Obviously you referred to housing failure and the problems that the young have security and accommodation, which is a massive problem. I agree. We've been told quite clearly that the scheme will not go ahead without this variation. So with that in mind, do you not consider that by refusing it, we would be in fact escalating housing failure, not preventing it?
No, I don't, because I think it gives an opportunity for the developer to reconsider the scheme. They might come through with a better scheme. Co-living is an unproven concept, so we don't know that it is the extent to which it is going to meet the needs that it said. But if we are testing out this policy, then this is the first one that was approved. They've hung around for 5 years and not actually done anything to address the housing crisis that we have. So actually, they don't have a track record of delivery that's credible because they've come back and chopped and changed their minds already. This is the second time they've come back. So I'm not relying on this developer as a serious contender for addressing the housing needs in this city.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
My next, Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like some clarity on one particular issue. I consider, perhaps incorrectly, but from my perception of co-living as providing accommodation rather than providing a home. I'm sorry, I just see a single room with associated facilities, accommodation rather than a home. And you constantly refer to homes, etc. there. And I would like more single people to have studio flats, one-bedroom flats, which they can live in, and then as they grow and develop and family grows or whatever, they can move into larger. So my concern is, do you think this style of affordable housing is only a short-term measure, an immediate or medium-term use of accommodation? Would you see people living there for year after year after year? Would it not be better to have housing that might be fewer of it, but more suited to people's real needs that they can live in long term?
I completely agree with you that we actually need longer term housing, and that's what I would really love to see for the sites. And I talk about homes because that's what I believe in. So yes, you picked up my error. You know, I would love it if that site was actually flats. You know, we've got Richmond Courts just up the hill from there, and people can live in there on a long-term basis. As I said, I'm not here to stick up for the scheme. I really regret the decision that the planning committee made. I think it is an erroneous one and doesn't benefit Exeter. But as I've said before, young people can't get council housing, so they aren't going to be eligible. And I would hope that, you know, and most of the co-living units, it seems to have emerged, are expected up to 3 years. I think it would be a challenge to live in that situation for 3 years, but, you know, we have what we have in front of us. So, you know, I would rather have something different. And I agree with your sentiments.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of Councillor Moore? Please. Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Moore.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll pass on to the Director to summation before we move into debate.
Thank you, Chair. So just to sum up what I think we've all heard as part of the officer presentation, a really useful set of questions, and then the response from Councillor Moore there. So in summary, what I've heard this evening is that the developers agreed to an open book process to test the viability of the scheme, and that's been independently reviewed after many months of discussion and negotiation. And out of that process, officers are more than satisfied that there are exceptional circumstances in play that would justify a commuted payment being received by the City Council in lieu of that on-site provision. Those exceptional circumstances are that development as consent is not viable, so cannot be delivered. The resulting significant delay in the provision of homes in the city centre would also result in a continuing blight on this part of town. If you walk down Paul Street, you'll see that is effectively a dead part of town. None of this is an ideal situation, but does reflect the challenges in delivering homes in Exeter on brownfield sites in the city centre under current financial stress that the housing market is experiencing. Officers would much preferred that the scheme that was consented was delivered. That's always been our view. However, the variation to the Section 106 agreement would make the development more viable and therefore more likely to proceed. Up to £7.5 million has been offered to the city council to deliver more affordable homes elsewhere in Exeter, and that might include more council homes, but it could include a whole range of different forms of tenure. Included within that 7.5 million is £2 million upfront. That's without any of the development being implemented. That's highly unusual, but would enable the city council to use that money far more quickly in order to further benefit social fabric of the city. So that's what I've heard. In terms of the summary, there's clearly a difference of opinion in terms of the type of accommodation that will be most beneficial for the city. That's not a question that we've been asked with this variation. It's simply to see whether, in principle, the committee consider that a commuted payment in lieu of an on-site provision is the preferable way forward for the site. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Okay, we're going to move into debate now. I'd like to offer an opinion to start things off, if I may. Usually I wait for everybody else to speak, but I want to get stuck in there. Deliverability is the key issue here, and there has been an independent assessment that what was originally planned for isn't deliverable. So that means that none of the social or none of the affordable housing will be delivered. For me, I see a means of us being able to take that initiative and actually deliver something. I hear the figure 7.5 million. However, I want to look very carefully at the caveats on that. The £2 million is coming. Yes, that's likely to come in that first year, but everything else is dependent on further valuations and other ifs and buts. And this is where there could be the squeeze on it. But I still think that to have something actually physically in our hands rather than a pipe dream for the future would be for our benefit. And I also am very aware that we are only talking about one part of the Section 106. All the rest of it is still in place. The money that will help look after the city wall around there is still in place. The money towards the health facilities, the doctor's surgeries, and all the other provisions are all still in place. All that is still there. What we're talking about is this issue of affordable housing. But now I open the floor to members, and I've got Councillor Patrick first.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I recognise that obviously there is a risk that we'll be maybe coming back here in future and talking about future variation on that remaining money. However, we'd also be doing that on the affordable housing if that were the case. So I think we have to bear that in mind. I'm particularly keen on the idea of securing those funds as soon as possible and looking at the best ways of using those to deliver that housing as quickly as possible. I certainly don't want to wait for some unicorn developer who is right there ready to go with the money. It's going to start building next week everything we want. I think that we'd run the risk of, if this developer is lost, of waiting an extraordinary amount of time for anything to happen on this site, and we need houses now in the city, not at some undetermined date in the future.
Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair. As I say, this is a sort of rock and hard place sort of question. Which way do you go on this one? Clearly, those of us who were on the committee when this came up, it was a controversial application when it came in, and clearly the attraction of 20% affordable housing was a key, not an element in the mix that enabled us to say yes, we would support. The committee would say they would support it. Clearly, there have been challenging times since that application was considered. I think it was worth considering that initially this application, when this first appeared in the press, I believe it was advertised as purpose-built student accommodation. And then because of the furor in the city about student accommodation at that time, it magically converted itself into as a first co-living large development. And as I said, you've heard concerns about co-living. As we know, in London and Manchester, co-living does work. There are large units of co-living, but to me, it is a niche market. Whether 600 spaces exist for people who are not students to live in them, I don't know. That's a separate issue. My concern here is, though I'm supporting the recommendation, my concern here is this is almost a get out of jail free card for the developer, in that 1 million is paid on demolition of the main structure, 1 million is paid at a later stage, and the rest of the later stage. We have got no guarantee that this developer who has currently put this application is going to carry this development forward. All I'm saying is that by us agreeing this, we make it a more attractive site to sell on to someone else. And we might yet find ourselves back in the position again where somebody comes back with viability. Because I think we've got to ask ourselves, initially when we approved this, it was for a hotel. And normally when you've got a landmark hotel, you've already got a leasee, etc., all sorted out, the funding sorted out for that element of the development. So you're sharing your costs around. And quite clearly, we have hotels being built in Exeter, so clearly there wasn't a market for a further hotel at that time. So therefore they came back to additional co-living accommodation. And as we said, it is a market that is yet to take off in Exeter, so it is an unknown quantity to some extent, whereas a PBSA development is not unknown, and they know, working with the university, what numbers are likely to occur and if there's a demand for it. So I am going to support the recommendation, but I do have that reservation of concern that we're giving a get out of jail free card. We might well see this development on the market, and we could be coming back in a year's time. Also like to point out, of course, that by 28, 29, will this housing money be spent in North Devon or East Devon, or where will it be spent? I'd like to. Can we ring fence it for Exeter? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Jobson.
Thank you. I too will be somewhat reluctantly supporting this recommendation. I have always had concerns that there's never been an assessment done as to whether co-living is needed in Exeter. And I think to suggest that key workers want to live in an 18 square metre box with kitchenette is dubious, to say the least. Co-living works in Europe where it is seen as short-term accommodation for people coming to the hospital, to the university to do a term and then move on somewhere else, and who would rather live in a unit of accommodation than they would live in a Premier Inn. So developers build something as close as possible to a Premier Inn, but put a kitchenette in it as well. But that being said, I think key workers would probably do better on the second-hand market in Exeter, where at least the chances are that house properties will be bought that do provide homes that they can live in for a longer period of time as they see fit. My suspicions are that co-living will end up as student accommodation in due course with council tax exemptions, and that Exeter won't see any benefit from it. So I do have concerns. This developer has dilly-dallied around ever since they got planning permission. I know, do we have a hotel? No, we don't want a hotel. We'll have 2 co-living blocks. Then, can we afford it? Well, let's enter negotiations. Those negotiations have gone on for a very long time. One suspects that this developer had every intention of going down this route from the very beginning, and is to a certain extent holding us something of a hostage. And I have a great deal of sympathy with what Councillor Moore says, but I just think on balance, it is better to take the money. I suspect they will be back to whatever authority is in being when they come back and say, we can't possibly give you another £5 million. We can only do viability at another 2.5 million or something less. So whatever is agreed, all I would ask is that it is tied up as tight as it is possible legally to tie it up, so that this developer can't easily squirm their way out of doing what they should have done in the first place, either sell the site on to somebody who does want to develop it, or get on and develop it themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dobson. Councillor Ketchin.
We're meant to not talk about the merits of co-living. That was kind of the premise. I'm sort of disappointed to hear all this sort of talk about the merits of co-living and all. I don't base my decision or thoughts at all on that. what I would say is it's the viability, is this going to get built or not? There are other schemes in Exeter, both coming forward and already approved for co-living, and there's nothing to, in the back of my mind, is there's nothing to guarantee that this will be built if this is agreed tonight. It's a bit like playing a big game of poker and you don't know what the other person's hand is. And so I'll be making my decision on the basis of what we've got and what we do know versus what the ifs and buts might be of a future development, and all the potential ramifications of sell-ons and all the rest. Because I just think you've got to sort of strip it down to what it is. It's one or the other, and we don't really know what the developers' true thoughts are behind this.
Thank you, Councillor Getchin. Looking around, I'm not seeing any other indications to speak. Councillor Banyard.
So yeah, I'm sorry that it's not currently a deliverable project, and but it's not a surprise about rising prices. We've heard lots of forecasts that prices have risen as predicted, and that we will go to the shop and things we buy are more expensive. So is prices rising really an exceptional circumstance? Anyway, I would like us to stick up for our affordable housing SPD. I would like us to provide affordable housing in the city centre for key workers like was promised. And so I won't be supporting this motion on those grounds.
Thank you, Councillor Banyard. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to try and quickly and just add my thoughts here that I am also disappointed that we're at this point. But saying that, I do feel reassured by officers and the actions they've taken around appointing an independent auditor to review the viability figures. And I do also recognise what's been said by officers about the exceptional circumstances of this application, and that this isn't normal procedure, because that would concern me that, you know, we'd see a raft of applications coming back looking at their own viability and their Section 106 agreements. I'm also pleased that some of the funds of the Section 106 would essentially be paid up front, and that they'd be ring-fenced for affordable housing, so we could use them for key worker accommodation in the city centre if we desired. So on that basis, I'm keen to see the site progress and actually something be delivered. I know other councillors are saying that there's no guarantee that it would be built, but if we don't approve this tonight, then we've pretty much been told that there's a guarantee that it won't be. So we are in a difficult position, but in the round, I am going to support this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone, Councillor Ralston?
Thank you. Just really to echo Councillor Millerbone's thoughts, mine are quite similar. I think that it's a site that needs to get on and get moving, and although this won't necessarily guarantee that, it's a tricky situation to be in, but I think having some upfront money and being able to have a say on what that is spent on may be more beneficial in some respects than having to rely on the co-living percentage before as well. So as much as I don't want this to be setting precedent, and obviously it is exceptional circumstances, I'll be supporting the application tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Ralston. Have any other speakers, please? In that case, I'm closing the debate. Thank you very much indeed for your contributions. We're now at the situation where we will need to vote. Can you just put the recommendation up, please? Right, so I'm proposing that we support the recommendation, so that's to delegate to the Head of City Development to grant completion of the S106 agreement, that it is a financial contribution in lieu of the provision of affordable private rent units. Do I have a seconder, please? I have a seconder in Councillor Patrick. I'm now going to call for a vote on this. If you are in favour of the recommendation, could you please indicate so now? If you are against the recommendation, could you please indicate? So I'm just checking any abstentions. I think that's the full. So that's carried. Thank you very much for your contributions in that debate. We have been going for a short while. I'd like to cause a 5-minute recess simply as a comfort break. Please, can it only be 5 minutes? Thank you very much. Right, we are now back on our webcast. Please, if you come to attention, we are on to item 5 on the agenda. So this is a planning application. This is 240820 FUL for 47 to 48 Sidwell Street, Exeter. We are in yet another new area as far as I'm concerned, although one which apparently has precedent. And that is that although we are going to discuss this application, what we're actually doing is giving officers our opinions so that they can take these forward in the case of the appeal, because it is already under appeal. But if I can pass on to the officer. Thank you, Hayley.
Thank you, Paul. Hopefully that sounds all right. I'll explain. I've got a slide on that in a second, so I'll let you see the slide and explain a little bit in detail. But I just go on to the first one. I'm going to be presenting this application today on behalf of an officer in my team. It's for a change of use of a vacant restaurant on Sidwell Street at the top of. Oh, is it not working? Okay, can everyone hear me all right? Yeah. It's for a change of use application from a vacant restaurant and takeaway unit at the top of Sidwell Street, and they're proposing 24/7, so 24 hours a day adult gaming centre. For anybody who doesn't know, an adult gaming centre is a facility designed for over 18s, a bit like an amusement arcade with different sort of slot machines and a bingo sort of style facility as well. So this is what Paul was referring to. We've had appeal for non-determination submitted to the planning inspector in relation to the application, which means the local planning authority can no longer make a decision on this. But we can make, and the committee can make a recommendation today that we can put together in information that we send to the planning inspector as part of the decision-making process. So just setting the context a little bit, the site, as you probably all know, Sidwell Street is located at the top end of the city in the secondary shopping area in the St James ward. It's still part of the main commercial area of the city. It's heavily urbanised, high density with little green space, and the land uses are generally characterised by a mixed use of residential on upper stories with cafes, pubs, barbers, and quite a number of sort of takeaway units in the area as well. Many of them open late into the evening. So this is just a little bit more detail showing the exact location. This is a double unit that's been joined as part of the application. It's relatively small, though, 125 square metres. The front access and the pedestrian access for those using the facility would be from Sidwell Street, and there's a rear access for the staff at Ackland Road. So just to give you some images, I'll go through quickly. This is the current takeaway unit. The blocked out facade side is where they used to have the cooking facilities, and the takeaway element was on the right hand side there. It's been vacant for 18 months, so since June 2023, and as this shows, it was used as a hot food takeaway facility. So I'll just show you a little bit of context. There's a Domino's to the right, which is open until 5 a.m. in the morning. Chicken Point, which is sadly closed for those that like chicken. This shows the rear of the property. If you can see the two stairwells, they show either side, and they show the access to the residential and 3 maisonettes that are located above the takeaway facility. This is a few more illustrations of Ackland Road at the rear. There's another one there. So again, just a bit of context. There's a Subway 2 units down, that's open 24 hours. There's also a Taco Bell, I think, which is open until 4 a.m. in the morning. And Domino's, as I said before, is open until 5 a.m. in the morning. There's a relatively high turnover of units in this area. Again, just a bit more context, and that shows clearly the residential units located above these facilities.
Domino's used to have a blacked out front, and you can see Morrison's Daily does at the moment, but that's actually been recently altered, so it's more visible into the street as well. Just another one showing the barbers and some takeaways. So this, just to remind, this is a change of use application, but this is purely for illustrative purposes, so you can see the layout of the unit. And the applicant did provide these illustrations of potential the shop front to show what it might look like. And the purple bits there potentially would be adverts, but that would be subject to a separate advert consent unless they locate them more than a metre behind the front of the unit. It's not a blank facade, but the officer within the report and before the appeal for non-determination was hoping to condition the fact that you could try and keep that front facade open and visible. I just might mention a couple of things actually before I go on to this. There's a Think 25 entrance policy. No alcohol is supposed to be consumed on the site, and my understanding is that there would be a bouncer on the doors. And the facility would employ up to 12 employees. So just going through the main consultee responses, the council did, and the local planning authority did consult the local police, who did identify this area as a crime hotspot area, but have said that they would raise no objection in principle to the proposal, with the restriction of hours to between 9 AM and 2 AM 7 days a week. Devon County Council's Highway Authority hasn't raised any objection, and Environmental Health have not raised an objection, subject to 3 conditions to address any impacts on noise for the residential property above the facility, the unit. In terms of representations, we've had a total of 13 objections raising the following clear material planning matters: so that the site would be unsuitable, inappropriate land use. There would be potential concern about increase in crime and antisocial behaviour because of the proposed use, potential for increased noise and disturbance, concerns about public safety and security, concerns about a lack of a retail frontage and the potential adverse impact on visual amenity and the character and appearance of the area. There was also concerns have also been raised about matters such as gambling addiction and associated harms, but these aren't material planning considerations, so I haven't included them. So just a quick summary of some key elements. The principle of the change of use would align with our planning policy in the fact that it's located in the secondary shopping area, and this sort of use would be something you would typically see in this area. Our policy S5, specifically about amusement arcades, sets out a number of limitations which are specifically concerning potential for noise and general disturbance and the impacts that these may have on facilities such as housing, school, churches and hospitals or hotels in close proximity to a facility. So in this case, the policy doesn't specify what close proximity is, but if the essence of the policy is about direct impacts on noise and general disturbance, we've made the decision that if they're beyond 100 metres, that's unlikely. So the school, church, housing are within 100 metres, but these the impacts upon these facilities would be mitigated through the proposed conditions. And there are no hotels or hospitals within 100 metres. I'll show you where they are exactly on the next slide just to help. In terms of impact on crime and antisocial behaviour, as I've said before, this area has been identified as a crime hotspot, but the police have raised no objections subject to this restriction in opening hours. We have also identified there's a potential that having a unit, if the unit is used, there's potential for more footfall, and that may help issues with
natural surveillance, improved lighting, and more people on the street. In terms of impacts on neighbouring amenity, as I've mentioned before, Environmental Health have been consulted specifically about noise, and they're content if an application of approval included 3 conditions that addressed noise impacts and provide noise mitigation measures, that would satisfactorily address noise impacts on the neighbouring properties. So the last slide just illustrates when, and I can explain this more if need be, where the local school is. So you can see St Sidwell's School behind the site, 150 metres, and the nearest church is 75 metres away. But obviously there are residential properties above the site. In terms of noise for neighbouring residential properties, the local planning authority feels it's unlikely to be noticeable, the difference by having another unit there when there are already so many other units in close proximity. Okay. And as we're not recommending making a recommendation because we can't.
Right, thank you very much indeed. So now questions. I've got Councillor Mitchell first of all, then Councillor Ralston.
Thank you, Chair. Looking at the data provided on the website, it indicates that this application was received on the 18th of July and validated on the 29th of July last year. It came to delegated briefing at the request of ward members on the 3rd of September with a recommendation of the officer at that stage that it be accepted. And members, including the chair, decided after discussion, as is outlined in the report, that this matter should come before committee. There have been 4 programmed committees since that date, 2 of which have been cancelled, presumably through lack of business. We now find ourselves on the 13th of January, not being able to make a decision, only make an informed comment to assist in a report going to a planning appeal to an organisation, as far as I know, has never lost a planning appeal ever. How did we get into the stage where this did not come to this committee earlier?
Yes, exactly that. It's relating to the team management, and it's not our position to criticise the officers on that. Obviously, this matter has come to us as early as they can.
Well, just as ward members, we'll have to look at the local government ombudsman to resolve this issue. Thank you.
Do I have any questions? Oh, sorry, I'll go on to Councillor Ralston now.
Thank you for the information. Can I just ask the 3 conditions that have been suggested by Environmental Health? Be able to know what those are?
So we've got a restriction, I'll just read the ones at the end, a restriction on the hours of use. There's a condition about a condition for the construction period, so no site machinery or plant to be used, and the limitation on the hours in relation to that. And I'll just read that. And a noise mitigation, a condition regarding noise mitigation recommendations, and an operational management plan should be submitted to and agreed. They've put in different recommendations in terms of extra insulation and other matters, so that sort of sets it out in the noise submission as part of the application. So it's just conditioning to ensure that they carry those out. So that's what it is.
Thank you. That was going to be my main question, because having had the misfortune of going to Las Vegas, I'm sure this isn't what this is. Those machines are loud and continual, so I just wanted to check that. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Ralston. Councillor Banyard.
Two questions. So the condition from the police about the recommendation to limit opening hours, is that a matter for planning or licensing? Is that?
We can consider those matters if we think it's material to a planning application in addition to licensing, but obviously, so we can be more restrictive if we feel it's necessary in terms of impacts on amenity and on neighbouring properties. So we can do it as long as it's relevant to planning. Yeah.
Thank you. I had just one more point in the report on page 29. It references the NPPF paragraph 92B, and I can't find a 92B. So I'm wondering if we're talking about 96B. I'm looking at the 2024 version of NPPF. It's about crime and disorder.
Yeah, you're correct. It's 96B.
Thank you. That's good to know. Thank you.
Councillor Patrick.
Thank you. From my memory, when this came to delegation, it was for 24/7 usage, which is what basically the sort of headline detail is on it. But obviously we talked about 9 to 2 as a condition. But bearing in mind that this is going to the inspectorate, will the inspectorate be assessing it on a 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. or will they be assessing it on a 24/7 basis? Do we know?
They would assess it on a 24/7 basis, but we'd provide the report and all the information so they're aware that the police have recommended that, and if they decided to approve it, they can put conditions on it as well. So,
thank you.
Councillor Irvine.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to double check, should the appeal be granted, would a licensing application come back to the City Council to consider the safeguards around gambling, etc.?
In actual fact, there's already been to licensing committee, and the licensing committee have granted a license. Does restrict the hours of operation, same as the recommended condition.
Just is that normal for a licensing application to come before a change of use?
I think, I mean, the both processes are entirely separate, and it actually doesn't really matter in which order they come in actual fact, because we look at them from a slightly different perspective here compared to the licensing committee. I wouldn't like to comment what is normal, what is usual in that regard.
Thank you, Councillor Jobson.
Thank you. So I couldn't remember what licensing had done. They also put the 9 to 2 p.m. right? And is any of the other conditions being recommended by planning, do they materially differ from the licensing conditions? That was one question. Second, can I take it that Ackland Road entrance will not be used for anything other than an emergency exit from the premises or for bringing the infernal machines onto site? Because that would certainly protect the residents of Ackland Road. As far as the noise is concerned, I note there's a condition, and these machines are designed to be noisy. They're designed to make lots of bleeping noises. Now, if one of the residents above is currently or could in the future be neurodiverse in any way or possibly autistic, that could be very, very serious for their ordinary living. So will the noise conditions we put in really take that onto account and require, assuming that if this application is granted, take that into account? The frontage, I note that there's talk about the frontage. Well, I've looked on the web for photos of similar units by this organisation, and it seems that they like to put promotional material. Now, I think the last thing we want to do with a gambling establishment is to put, come inside, slot machines available, so to speak. And if we're going to blank that, it would be better to have a condition that it is, it can be a very pretty mural or something, but that it is anything other than advertising what is going on inside. There's been mention about the proximity. Now, not only is this an area where there is a great deal of antisocial behaviour, to the extent that nearly all the supermarkets have to have bouncers on, the Duke of York's public house has to have bouncers on. There are even, I notice, fairly heavy bods now standing outside the mosque, which is, of course, next to the school, and does an awful lot of extracurricular activities involving children. So you've got St Sidwell's School, you've got the mosque, you've got the church, you've got St Sidwell's Community Centre just down the road a bit. You've got a whole tranche of land there that is occupied by varying people at varying times of the day who have quite severe antisocial behaviour, mental health problems, I suspect, when you hear them. One does wonder what this sort of establishment is going to do in proximity to all of that, and whether it's a good idea. And also the other thing is, I looked at the plan.
Can I ask you to actually ask a question?
Yeah,
of the
well,
officer?
that's the, yeah,
We'll
well,
move into debate later, and you can express these opinions.
Well, really, is it a good idea? Have the mosque and all the other establishments been taken, and the fact that children walk down St Sidwell's from other schools in order to get to St Sidwell's Point on a fairly regular basis. And the last question is really, I looked at the plan. Now, I couldn't see in there, it may seem trivial, but are the public conveniences for users of this establishment on site? Because there's nowhere else apart from the Duke of York's in the vicinity.
In terms of, you did ask quite a few questions there, and I think I've answered quite a few of them already. In terms of environmental health, have assessed the noise impacts for the neighbouring properties, and in terms of the frontage, there is a condition recommended in the report, so that's what we would send to the planning inspectorate for the shop front details to be agreed. So we'd have to finalise the details of that. In terms of, obviously, the report and the officer recognise and acknowledge the existence of the school and other facilities, but our policies are very much about noise and general disturbance. Like it's that thing, isn't it? It's how far you go in terms of the use. What we can't is whether you're meaning influencing and encouraging them to gamble or not. We can't really. Is this the right place for this use? And it would, it's likely this sort of facility would go somewhere. Is it better than other places in the city to go here? And we obviously would be limited with somewhere that would need to be in the primary and secondary shopping area in this case. So I think I just need to draw it back to the policy, which is very focused on noise and general disturbance, and that's why it's referring to the proximity to those facilities. And it's felt that in this case, those issues have been addressed, or they're not raised. Is that?
There was a question about toilets. I know this is a
toilets. I don't know. It's a change of use, so I don't. We wouldn't require that information actually.
Thank you, Councillor Ketchen.
I understand this operator has a similar facility further down the hill on 4th Street. Is that right? I believe they do, and it's an area that's sort of prone to less antisocial behaviour, anecdotally from having sort of served the ward. I mean, the police have really got eyes on this, so I mean, I do take a lot of store from what they say about things. But is there, given how much are our hands tied? My question is, how much are our hands tied to conditions that we can put to this, given there is already a very similar facility owned by the same company 200 yards down the road? Are they linked, or is it entirely within our will to dictate what we want?
Yeah, we can, you know, if we feel a condition is relevant for this site, and we would, you know, want to make that recommendation, we can still do that, but it has to be relevant to this unit and this proposed use.
Thank you, Councillor Kitchen. For other comments, please, or questions, Councillor Ralston.
Sorry, I know I've already asked a question. I'm assuming that obviously because we can't, there's no recommendation because we can't, there's nobody representing the applicant here, which might be different had we be making a decision. Do you think we might have got a bit more information? Only because I'm just looking at the licensing application, just to confirm about the hours, and it does state in there that it is this, it's the reduction of hours in the license, but also things like a comprehensive CCTV system will be required that covers a distance of 25 metres in each direction from the entry and exit points and things. Would that be, I know, yes. So would that might have been something that the applicant, we could discuss with them, but we don't kind of know because they're not here. Does that make sense in the context? Because this isn't the, we're only making because we're not making a recommendation, are we? We're saying what we would do, but we don't necessarily have everything.
And the comments that we make will be sent to the planning inspector.
Yeah.
So they will.
Well, that's because I'm still on, sorry.
Will be sent to the planning inspector, so they will take into account the comments. It is a change of use anyway, though, so we couldn't really make any comments on CCTV cameras and that side of things anyway. The only other issue would be if they wanted to place adverts in the front of the shop front, or they changed the shop front. So
Again, just drawing your attention to the fact this is a change of use application. So yes, there are things that we can condition into that, but what we condition is completely separate to what licensing conditions. Right? We are our own entity, and we're making our own decisions, and we're not neither influenced or really informed by the other one, because we need to be looking at this, what's in front of us, and we need to be coming up with a conclusion as to, had we had the power to make a determination on this, what would we have done? And that includes a list of conditions that we would have imposed in our own right. Any more questions for the officers? No. In that case, I welcome Councillor Palmer speaking under Standing Order number 44. I remind you, Councillor Palmer, that there is no limitation to your time. However, I would ask you to remember we're talking about change of use application and not the concept of the unit itself, but the change of use from what it was before, which was fast food unit, to an adult gaming centre. Yeah.
That's absolutely fine. And I think, so I'm sorry, I do actually have a whole stack of things here, because actually I think it is really important, this discussion, isn't it? I'm sorry that we won't be making a formal decision, but actually having come from a place that was blighted by a proliferation of adult gaming centres and betting shops, you know, I can tell you that they destroy high streets. So actually I'm going to slightly disagree with officers, and I'd be interested to know why we haven't really referenced any more of the national planning policy frameworks, Section 8 around healthy and safe high streets, because actually I think that's really important. And I note in the officers, you know, kind of report, there was a great deal of emphasis on how this adult gaming centre is going to really benefit Sidwell Street and make it vibrant and help regenerate it. And I'm afraid I completely disagree. So if it's okay with everybody, I'm going to give you a little bit of context around the vulnerability aspect, because I think it's really important in terms of, because the National Planning Policy Framework doesn't just talk about healthy shops and business units, it talks about the impact of those things on people, on the health of the people that live there. So actually, I think to help us to better understand perhaps the makeup of Sidwell Street in terms of, you know, what I think are quite a unique set of circumstances, particularly in Exeter, around the sheer volume of vulnerable individuals that are housed in a very, very small area of the city, and why I've got really serious concerns around this particular unit and why it should not be in this particular location. So thank you, and I'm sorry, I will try and be as quick as I can, but I generally do think it's really important, because what we talk about this evening will help influence, and it might set a precedence, because, you know, once one comes more will come, more will follow. So actually, I think it's really important to have this on the record, whatever the decision ends up being. So obviously, in terms of our own local plan, as the officer has stated, we do have some clearly set out recommendations around not allowing this kind of unit where we've got things like schools, sixth form colleges, youth centres, hostels or support services, religious buildings, and also the socio-economic makeup of the area is really important. And I think just in terms of understanding, so Sidwell Street has been identified as one of the lower kind of output areas of Exeter. It's listed as in the 10% most deprived areas of England. So to give some context, you can see from some of the photos, there in terms of the residential units that are located directly around this area. This is not, an area of wealth. It's an area where we've got transient populations, people who are perhaps renting properties. It is not an area of high income, unfortunately. So obviously in my objection, I talked a little bit about Public Health England, and actually, that their recommendation is, they use the very best research, international research available, and they are quite clear to everybody that gambling and gambling harm must be treated, as a public health issue. Research brought together by the University of Bristol in a key study in 2021 looked at the geography of gambling premises, so where they're actually located. What it highlights is that of November 2020, 21% of gambling premises were based within the most deprived decile areas of the country, compared to just 2% in the least deprived. What they also discovered was that adult gaming centres had a really strong relationship with deprivation. So at that time, 29% of adult gaming centres were found in the most deprived areas of the UK, only 1% in the least deprived. Now, as I said, where this is located, in the areas of Sidwell Street in St James, that has been identified by Devon County Council, as one of our most deprived areas. And of course, I would like to think that that's a sheer coincidence by the applicant, that of course, they're not fully aware that it is that deprived. But those of you that know Sidwell Street and the surrounding area will know the big challenges that we're facing. It's been alluded to, lightly in the report, but those range from homeless individuals to street attached individuals. We host a huge number of HMOs in a very, very small part of the city. So they're HMOs, hostels, supported living accommodation. We've also got a really high percentage of students as well by their very nature. Many gambling reports highlight the serious issues around student gambling as well. So again, something that we really need to consider. Now, as far as I'm aware, none of the key stakeholders that operate, so CoLab, the YMCA, none of those key partners were consulted as part of this. And I think there was a real missed opportunity, perhaps a recommendation that we can make in future, to consider actually consulting with the very organisations that we work closely with, that work with the most vulnerable people. And let's not forget, when we're talking about harmful gambling, that often comes hand in hand with other addictions. So alcohol addiction, drug addiction, people have all sorts of other financial challenges. And I think, to give you an idea, so I counted 15 different hostels and supported services that I'm aware of that are all within a 10-minute walk of that unit. And there will be many more individuals living in supported accommodation, that are privately rented HMOs that I wouldn't be aware of at all. So when I say we're talking about working with a very small, in a small area with a hugely vulnerable population, I really don't think that we should underestimate that. I think also it's really important not to kind of downplay the number of churches and other facilities that are there. And, it's not just about that they're 100 metres away. So the mosque, for example, so I had an amazing afternoon at the Mosque and Islamic Centre recently. I had no idea of its importance in terms of how many people travel. You know, over 2,000 people come to worship. It has such significance in the southwest, and not just in Devon. People come from all over, and actually Sidwell Street is obviously a main arterial route. It is where many people will be travelling to school, to places of worship. So we've got St Sidwell's Church of England Primary School and Nursery. We've got the Methodist Church, which is, I'm assuming, the one that you've located as the most close to. We've got St Sidwell's Chapel. The Spiritualist Church is literally just behind. And we've got the Seventh-day Adventist Church, and obviously the Mosque and Islamic Centre on York Road. So there are a number of places of worship. And I think, you know, we need to actually consider the impact of people that we walking to those places of worship, and whether it's appropriate. You know, in the Islamic faith, for example, gambling is not permitted. You know, is it sensitive? Is it appropriate for an area that wants to be seen as diverse and multicultural to put a prominent gambling site, a 24-hour gambling site, you know, in a place where people will be walking at all hours of the day to attend worship? So Sheffield City Council, for example, assessed the risk. So they have a really high student population. Actually, they've made sure that their policies recognise the health and well-being of their local community. And they talked about using the National Planning Policy Framework, particularly this Section 8, in terms of highlighting areas in Sheffield with high student populations and those with greater deprivation, having high prevalence rates. And they wanted to talk about improving the health and well-being of their communities through their planning policies and making sure that their residents were healthy by having healthy high streets. So I note in the rebuttal that the applicant claims that none of this information is relevant. They also seem to assume that we don't understand what an adult gaming centre is, and they seem to assume that we think that it is an amusement arcade. I think, as has been explained by the officer, we're all quite clear actually that this is not, you know, a family amusement arcade that you'd find in a coastal town, for example. This is an adult gaming centre. You know, often they're kind of portrayed to us as bingo sites for, you know, old ladies that turn up in the middle of the night. They're anything but. You know, they have slot machines, as other people have said. You know, that's a very different proposition. I think it's also worth noting, in terms of vulnerability and health, that this applicant is currently being investigated by the Gambling Commission over allegations around failure to protect vulnerable people. Obviously, we cannot predetermine the outcome of that. You know, I have no idea what the basis of that is. It's public knowledge, and there's a lot of information around it. But again, you know, when we're talking about working in an area that's quite unique with very, very vulnerable people, I have some real concerns there. So in terms of supporting the local economy, so again, let's go back to the National Planning Policy Framework. So it talks very much about promoting healthy and safe communities. And there is, you know, in the first section there, planning policies and decisions should aim to achieve healthy, inclusive and safe places. That first section there talks about active street frontages. So I would definitely support a recommendation. You know, again, there's lots of research, isn't there, that shows that these kind of blacked out frontages kind of have the impression of something seedy, something unpleasant going on inside. So I think anything that we can do to encourage kind of more openness, transparency, something that would actually work with Sidwell Street should be encouraged. They're also encouraged in the next section that they're safe and accessible, and that crime and disorder and the fear of crime do not undermine the quality of life or community cohesion. Now, again, you know, I attended the licensing hearing, and we were told categorically, and I've heard this time and time again, that this kind of perception of crime, that we're all imagining it, that adult gaming, you know, the proliferation of these kind of sites in deprived areas has no consequence whatsoever on crime, and that we're all just imagining it. But yeah, actually, it kind of talks quite clearly here that people have the right to live, whether that crime is happening, or whether it's just a fear of crime, that actually that shouldn't be a concern for people. And that policy framework also talks about enabling and supporting healthy lives through both promoting good health and preventing ill health, especially where that would address identified local health and wellbeing needs and reduce health inequalities between the most and least deprived communities. Now, really interestingly, so crime is obviously a massive concern for this community. Let's not underestimate, you know, we all know how awful the situation has become on Sidwell Street for local residents, for our student population, for the businesses that are trying to survive in really, really challenging times. You know, if you live on that side of the city, it is your own, you know, it's generally your only option, isn't it, to walk into the city. I live in St James. It's generally the way that I would have to walk into the city. It's not particularly a nice place to kind of walk in. But the applicant states that many people that come in on their own, or they come in pairs, and that around 48 to 50% are women. Now, I've got really big concerns actually over the safety of users of this proposed premises, particularly for lone women in the evening. So Exeter has unfortunately seen a big increase in sexual assaults and other antisocial behaviour towards women. So instances of sexual assault and rape that have been recorded in the postcode of EX4 have increased in the last 3 years, rising from 146 in 2021 to 185 in 2023. By September in 2024, reports of rape and sexual assault had reached 189. So I can't see anything actually in the applicant's plans that address those safety concerns over lone women, either their staff members or women that could be coming, you know, into this premises late into the evening, either on their own or in pairs. We're told that people don't come in very large groups. So again, I note in the officer's report that they talk about it being close to public transport. Well, you know, we all live here. We know what public transport is like. You know, in the evening, it's far and few between. There is only one late night bus route, which essentially is just a bus route for students going to and from the university. And the last train from St James's Station is at 12:44 a.m. Now that would leave me really concerned actually. If you didn't have your own transport, you would be really, really quite fun. You know, I live really close to Sidwell Street. I personally wouldn't want to be walking down Sidwell Street after sort of 9, 10 o'clock on my own in the evening. I would most certainly not want to be there, you know, in the early hours of the morning on my own. Even if I had a car, you know, there are limited places to be. If you were working a long shift, most areas around Sidwell Street are permit controlled. You would have to park your car in a car park. There is no car park that's actually very close by that wouldn't mean that you'd have to travel through an unlit or, you know, a very, very isolated part of that particular bit of the city. So I also kind of note that officers in the report and the applicants talk about their numerous benefits to the local community and economy. And again, I'm really sorry, I must disagree. Sidwell Street absolutely needs regenerating, but that must be done to the benefit of the whole community. And again, you know, in that policy framework, it talks very much about things that enhance the lives of everybody. We're talking about a really small group of people that are coming to use this facility. It will do absolutely nothing to benefit the whole of Sidwell Street. Now, in 2015, the Royal Society for Public Health introduced its Health on the High Street campaign. It argued that high streets have a really important role to play in promoting the health of its residents. It argues that certain businesses, such as fast food outlets and gambling outlets, can enable and support poor health behaviours. Its research showed that half the UK population, 54%, believe that betting shops, gambling shops, discourage healthy choices. And 52% of people think that they have a really negative impact on the people's local residents' mental well-being. The RSPH also developed an index for rating the health of high streets. It found that unhealthy businesses cluster in areas of really high deprivation and they lower life expectancy. So given that we know, you know, that Sidwell Street is one of the areas of the city that experiences high levels of deprivation, surely when we're looking at planning matters, we have to look at the actual health of the people that live in and around this area as well. So look, finally, I know we've talked a little bit about noise. So I actually found the noise report here very light touch. You know, for example, there were things like, you know, we'll ask somebody to smoke quickly outside. I mean, that's absurd. I have absolutely no idea how you would implement that or what smoking quickly means. I am really concerned actually about the residential properties above. As I've said, you know, I think we'd be having a really different conversation if we were talking about putting this in a very affluent area. You know, let's remember that the people living in the properties above here are families and individuals likely to come from, you know, lower socioeconomic backgrounds. These are rented properties, people that are less likely to feel that they can object to noise, but they have every right to live the same life that everybody else does. So I would very much like to insist that we impose really firm conditions around noise control, both inside and outside, actually. So again, you know, I do not believe for a second that people exit these premises you know, without making any noise whatsoever. And as Councillor Jobson and others have said, you know, these machines are really noisy, and that sound, you know, travels, unfortunately. There are some other conditions that I would like to make a suggestion on. So I think we do need to insist, I don't know if we can do this from a planning perspective, on additional safety measures that protect female staff in particular. So I know many businesses that operate late into the evening, you know, ensure that they have safe travel for female staff getting home. I see nothing in here around, you know, making sure that their own staff are supported and safe. Given the concerns around antisocial behaviour and noise, that I don't know how many bouncers they suggested having, but I would strongly suggest, again, for the safety of staff and customers using the facility, that there is more than one person on duty at any one time. The provision of customer facilities. So again, like Councillor Jobson, I couldn't find any evidence that there would be customer facilities inside. Again, I don't really think it's great that people might be peeing in Sidwell Street. There are very few public facilities in the area anyway, let alone, you know, kind of being outside doing that in the street at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. So perhaps that's something that we can insist on. I've mentioned frontage of the units. I think lighting is possibly something that we should be looking at, making sure that it's well lit, but also that that doesn't impact on the well-being of those residents living above. There are also people living directly on the other side. The last thing that I'd like to suggest as well, so Mercure were actually named in the government's report last year for failing to pay 2,000 staff the minimum wage. So whilst I agree that providing jobs for local people is really important, we should be supporting the local economy, I would question how this council could support a business that fails to provide even the most basic requirements of the law. So I hope that you take something from that. Obviously, it's something I feel incredibly passionate about. I've unfortunately had way too much experience in my time of dealing with these organisations, and that hopefully there are some really, you know, positive recommendations that we can take forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. If you would receive some questions, please. First of all, for Councillor Patrick.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer, for your work, your research that you put into this, and for your very forthright and passionate presentation to us. You've brought up a lot of things about conditions at the end. I'm not going to go, you know, into all of everything you said. Obviously, it was very comprehensive, but it's really just the end section, really, when you talk about conditions. Obviously, you were at the licensing hearing, and I would imagine you gave a similar sort of response to them, and we can't talk about the licensing, but quite a few of the things you brought up to do with things like bouncers, staff travel, are not planning issues as far as I'm aware, not something that we can condition. So I just want to check that you are aware of that. Obviously, it is a planning committee. We've only got certain powers as a planning committee, and I'm pretty sure that travel home isn't going to be one of them.
That's okay. I think it's just really important that I make it quite clear, you know, kind of where general concerns might be, you know, around this facility. I think you will need to decide as a committee what you can take forward or not. Obviously, I'm not a planning expert. I don't claim to be. So, you know, for me, it was just the opportunity to come and have an honest conversation, I think, actually, about what the concerns are.
Thank you, Councillor.
I'll have Councillor Ketchin next.
Just a point of information, really, and I may be wrong, so I'll wait for the officers to correct me, but I think travel plans are very much within the remit of planning committees, and if it's a travel plan for employees, I don't know if that comes under travel plans.
Thank you, councillor, for that.
Yeah, councillor, do you want to make a comment on that before I move on? No, it's okay. Well, I'll mention it later. Councillor Banyard.
Thank you, councillor. So the NPPF says that planning decisions should promote public safety. Are you trying to put a case that gambling is a public safety issue to this committee?
I think potentially it has the potential to, doesn't it? I think that's the whole perspective on harmful gambling and the route that it often goes down, unfortunately. And it's a difficult one, isn't it? Because people have the right to decide how they spend their leisure time, absolutely. And I don't want to kind of nanny people. I think actually when you look at the evidence, and unfortunately there is overwhelming evidence that talks about the dangers of harmful gambling and the cost actually to the, to society. It's in the billions, so actually it impacts all of us, impacts everything that we do. So yes, I think in terms of this immediate this immediate application, which is what the applicant has told us to do, that we must ignore the many reports and bits of evidence that there are, that we must look at this specific application. I think if you look at the specific application and its locality, I think Sidwell Street is, it's one of those things, isn't it? It won't take much for Sidwell Street to really erupt, I'm afraid. So yes.
Councillor Paul.
Yeah, so just, I think, like Councillor Patrick, there were a couple of things. So the one about the minimum wage, as far as you're aware, that's not something that we would be able to sort of make any enforcement on as a planning committee.
I don't know. I mean, I'm bringing it to you actually because I don't know.
You did, I think.
Councillor Paul, the nature of the applicant is absolutely nothing to be considered by us. We are looking at the application and not any. It's just the same as when we're looking at a housing application. We are not concerned about who is going to be resident in there. We're just looking at the building proposal in front of us. So let us not please wander down rabbit holes that literally have no conclusion here.
But I think when you started out, you were talking about impact on health of people in the community. And was that something that you did say that you've had looked at the planning framework and that was something you did have a suggestion would be something that?
Well, I think in that terms, I think when you're talking about low paid jobs and the impact on people's health and well-being by being in a low paid job and then not even being paid minimum wage, most likely those will be local residents, I would imagine. I would say that would have a direct impact on the health of the people that live here. I think I'm responding actually to the officer's report, which is very much around economy and that this was a great thing for the local economy. Actually, I think it's really important to look at the health of the local economy, but also that there is very clear evidence that supports the health of the individuals that live within that local economy is very important.
Well, I didn't read the officer's report that way. I read that it would be on balance better to have a unit filled than not. Anyway, so I guess I'll maybe bring that up with the officers in the debate. I just you made another comment about so it was your ward team that asked for the application to be brought to committee rather than delegated. So I just wondered if you had, because you mentioned about that it would have been positive for CoLab and other organisations like those to have made a comment on the application, and I wonder if your team brought it to their attention at all.
So we were not.
Before you answer, Councillor Palmer, I just point out, obviously, as a planning application has statutory consultees, and those are approached and they produce a statutory response. Otherwise, the planning application is advertised, and it is up for the people to be aware. So organisations such as CoLab were most welcome to make representations at the time, but we don't have a position or a reason to directly approach them for every application.
So I perhaps think that there is scope to improve our policies, and particularly in areas where we have such a high concentration of vulnerable people. So we were not aware, so it actually came in over the summer holiday, as these things often do. And I actually had to take a break from my summer holiday in order to deal with it as quickly as I could. And I did work with the CoLab. Unfortunately, the licensing consultation closed quite early. We weren't even aware of it. I was actually on holiday. The CoLab did submit a response, and unfortunately they refused to accept it because it was outside of the period of time. I did also try to raise the CoLab's objections in licensing. Again, unfortunately, I wasn't able to. But I think there are some learnings actually for officers, for councillors, for all of us in terms of dealing with this kind of application and how we work with our partners going forward.
And then I just have a question about, there's been some suggestion in the officer's report, and that you felt was also a good idea, about the sort of the more open frontage. So that I think in the whole report is the part that I feel most concerned about. Well, not that I feel the most concerned about, because I feel concerned about having gambling as something like you said, it's a concern. But I do, in the specifics of the report, I just wonder whether do you really feel like having an open frontage where people can see gaming machines is going to not make them more likely to go in and play the gaming machines, rather than having just a not open frontage where they just walk past and don't really think about it? I think putting the idea of slot machines in people's minds was likely to make the proposition more inviting and be a less appealing outcome. So I just wondered what you think.
So it's a really interesting point. Actually, I've really grappled with this myself, because every part of me says, no, hide it. But there is also so much evidence as well that speaks to the contrary. So there was a big piece of work carried out actually with two different gambling charities. They were people whose family lives have been impacted really quite severely by a relative, kind of having a gambling addiction. Actually, and this is where I changed my mind. And actually what they said was that having these kind of hidden frontages really did create this sense of seediness of, something hidden away, something that, kind of people, kind of disappeared into and nobody knew what they were doing. Actually, they called very much for much more, they acknowledged that unfortunately these sites do exist. There's very little that we can do under the current kind of gambling, kind of policies that we have nationally. So whilst they do exist, actually the more open that they are, the more likely they are to fit in. So as officers have said, actually other frontages in that area, the Morrison's one looks so much better for being, a more open frontage. Actually, if we do want to create kind of a healthy high street, these should be shops that we can see into. And I do hear what you're saying, it's kind of like, I can, is it going to encourage me to go in? Actually, the chances are no, it's not. I'm not going to be encouraged to ever enter into a gambling shop. I've got no interest in it. That they're only interested, it's only interesting, isn't it, if you're interested in gambling. But the more open that I think we can make shop frontages, particularly this kind, if you think about it, it's a double shop front. I think it actually makes it look more. It makes the whole shop kind of area look much more open and much more appealing. It might encourage other shops to consider doing similar as well. I would suggest though, and I don't know if Mercure are open to doing this, that there is something that we consider doing, around a mural or something that is actually far more attractive than a blanked out, kind of shop front.
Thank you. Do I have any more questions for Councillor Palmer, please? In that case, thank you very much indeed for your presentation and your obvious emotion and passion. Yes, exactly. Yes. Trying to seek a word that opposition as well, but yeah. Okay, thank you very much indeed. We don't have anybody, as has been indicated. You may step down if you wish, but you're welcome. We don't have anybody to speak in support or object to, so therefore I'm going to go to the director for a summation of what we've got so far.
Thank you, Chair. I'm simply just going to.
Sorry, just
in summating, could the director give us a steer on what our powers are and what we're trying to, I feel unclear on that.
Thank you, Councillor Ketchen. That's exactly what I was going to do. I'm simply going to try and map out the process that you need to think about in considering the application and what decision you would have made if this was still within your remit to determine. That's probably the key procedural thing, because that's really important for us, for the officer team, in considering and then providing evidence for the appeal. So it's really important for us to understand what your views are, whether you would support the application, and if so, what kind of conditions you would want to put on, or indeed if you didn't support the application, if it was within your remit to refuse, what would be those reasons? So that's what we're asking you to consider now. Now, in considering what decision you would have made if this hadn't been appealed, it's really important, as always, and you hear me say this a lot, say that you need to make a balanced planning consideration, as taking into account all the relevant factors and balancing those out and coming to a conclusion. But also, really importantly, given the incredibly passionate and informed speech that we heard there from the councillor, sort of what isn't relevant to planning and what is really important in that is what other factors are considered by other forms of legislation, such as licensing, but also gambling, and whether it's relevant for a planning process to duplicate those. It more often than not isn't, and the way in which the planning legislation is set out is precisely not to do that, so not to duplicate other forms of regulation. However passionate you may feel about those issues, it's really important to understand what you can and can't consider. And the reason I'm stressing that, in particular in this case, is because it is an appeal, and therefore in providing evidence to that appeal, it's really important for the local planning authority to act reasonably in giving that evidence. Because if we don't act reasonably and start putting forward evidence that a planning inspector wouldn't consider relevant, as well as running the risk of not having a successful outcome, we also run the serious risk of then having costs awarded for unreasonable behaviour. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Director. With those thoughts ringing in our ears, I'm now inviting the debate. So I'm going to start with Councillor Mitchell, then Councillor Patrick.
Thank you, Chair. Can I first of all thank my board colleague for excellent presentation, far more depth than I'm going to discuss this evening. But I think there are several issues here. One is the difficulty we find ourselves through the non-determination that this has now gone to effectively to appeal, where we will submit evidence in the form of a report, but the outcome of that will be entirely in the hands of the planning inspector. He may take some note of our report or no note of our report, and we do not know what conditions that planning inspector will attach if he approves the application. What we do know is that this firm quite often finds itself at appeal, because this is not the most attractive business that most authorities want in their high streets or anywhere else. And to date, as far as I know, they've never lost an appeal on planning grounds. although some authorities have managed to put conditions in that mitigate some of the issues that are raised. So we find ourselves in this vulnerable situation whereby if on one hand you're saying this is not an application we would support, it goes forward, and do we also then attach conditions, but we're saying no, or do we in effect say within the planning regulations there's very little we can do, but to mitigate all the issues we believe, we attach these conditions. So we've got that difficulty of weighing up in our own mind which approach we take this evening. I thought one phrase used by the planning officer, Hayley, in her introduction, I think was helpful, was that the right place for this use. I think there's two arguments here. One is the use, which I think on planning grounds we cannot refuse. It is a legitimate legal use allowed by the planning and allowed up and down. Whether we morally agree with it or not is a separate issue, but it is a legitimate business use. The argument I would like to put forward, partly is not just as a ward member for this one, is this the right place, and why was it? Ideally, I would have loved the applicant to be here. They put a barrister in at the licensing committee,
KC.
and a KC, you know, goodness me. Obviously, good at paying the machines to get the profit out of it, you know, pay for his fees. You know, not this evening, because the argument I'd like to know from them is why this site. Why not Princess Hay? Why not Guildhall? We've got empty shops there. There's no people living close by to some of those. Beautiful shops, beautiful set. But why Sidwell Street? Now, 4th Street, the other site, they inherited. They bought that. They did not start there. They inherited that one in about 2018. That's why we've got no planning history in regard to that. They took the site over. And as we know from the police, and having discussed with the police, there have been few, if any, issues on the 4th Street premises. So that gives a presumption, therefore, if they're going to Sidwell Street, there'll be no issues. My argument is, both as a ward member and a member of this committee, that there are specific issues in Sidwell Street, both the geography and nature. Now, my problem I've got internally is whether what I'm feeling and what I'm saying are planning rather than wider social economic issues in relation to the application. It is an area of vulnerability that's already been mentioned. Nobody can map out, and nobody will, the number of properties down there being used by people in need. And that's both physical, mental, and other issues we've got there. And this is exhibited in some of the antisocial behavior we already see on the street. It is not a product of the vulnerabilities that these people suffer. One thing not already mentioned is the pharmacy in that street is the methadone centre for Exeter. Less than 50 yards, or meters, I should say in modern language, less than 30 meters from this particular premises is the main centre where drug users go in Exeter to get the methadone. Is that where you want a gambling shop next to it? I don't think so. Also, and nobody's mentioned, although of course there'll be far more crowds in future, is one of the main routes to Exeter Football Club as well. That's the only time we do, so I shouldn't say that, the only time we see a lot of policemen about in this particular area, but it is a main thoroughfare, as we know, this particular street. So my concern is that in the report puts a rosier picture on the benefits of this than I would attribute to having a shop of this nature in this particular site. So therefore, I am not opposed to the usage. I'm just opposed to the usage at this particular premises, because I think it will only draw in and encourage people who already have some significant social and economic problems, as well as health problems, and it will just exacerbate it. And I think from the evidence that Councillor Palmer gave, this might be some of the reasons this particular firm uses sites like this, because they know they've got the catch-all. And I feel so sorry for the residents. As we say often, that most of these properties are rented here on short-term rents. Many are overseas people working on very low wages and feel vulnerable anyway, as well as the people who are vulnerable by the very nature of the conditions they're serving. I believe, so I'm torn between, no, I don't approve it at this site, but if it has to happen, which I think it will, what are the conditions I would like to attach to it? And I think all the ones that Councillor Palmer indicated on, we've got the timing already, because that worries me that when it goes to appeal, that will go out the door and we'll be left with a 24/7 one. I do agree about the nature of the frontage. I do agree about the nature of lighting and internal facilities. So I do have, as I say, we don't want to appear to be the people who say no to everything. This is a legitimate use, but not on this premises, in this site, in this street. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Patrick.
Thank you, Chair. I share a lot of the concerns that have been brought up today. I am also worried about the noise and antisocial behaviour caused by this. The frontage, I'm actually more inclined to agree with Councillor Pole in terms of, do we really want to kind of advertise the attractions within? So I'm not too keen on that as a condition. Facilities, again, I don't know whether we really want, if we're thinking about sort of healthy lifestyles and things like that, do we really want people to stay in there all day? That's the stuff. I know that's not planning consideration, but if that's why, that's one thing that I wouldn't be too happy about. The condition, I suppose, that if we were to pass this, the condition that is absolutely that I would want set in stone would be not to make it 24-hour, so that it is that activity does stop at a sensible time. Now, as Councillor Palmer brought up, obviously, you've got people trying to get home. Maybe they're working shifts and they're trying to get home under public transport. 2 o'clock is still really late. So obviously that is very late time. But if the very that should be the sort of very latest it should be would be 2. So yeah, I'm really just echoing others' points.
Thank you, Councillor Patrick. Councillor Jobson.
Thank you. This is a difficult decision, but one is working on it on the basis that it's not going off to an inspector, that we're determining this application, and I'm working on it on that basis. So I start really with the applicant themselves. Now, in the applicant's operational strategy, it says on page 36, includes measures to prevent access to intoxicated individuals and maintain a safe and secure environment. Well, 2 things when you do even the most cursory of internet searches into this company is that in April last year, the United Kingdom Gambling Corporation started to investigate them because apparently at a site, a 64-year-old woman who lost over £2,000 within 16 hours across 2 days were facilitated, the staff in the premises facilitated her continued play, even reserving her favourite slot machine as she left to withdraw more money at midnight despite her fragile physical condition, which to my mind is worrying. And also in May 2023, the Dutch Gaming Authority issued a €45,000 fine against the same company after a self-excluded customer was able to gain access to one of its venues. So I start from the basis that I'm not altogether certain that their operational management is all that it is cracked up to be. But moving on to more planning matters, I think the main one is the impact on the living and working conditions. Heard a lot about Sidwell Street. So if you take it from the Black Boy roundabout down towards the city centre, you have the Odeon Cinema, which is a well-known haunt for street homeless to rest overnight, and further as you go down that street where the benches are for them to sit and to drink during the day. And they're usually actually quite polite because they're too busy drinking, but they can become a little difficult at time to time. You then have the Methodist Church, and you've heard from Councillor Palmer about other establishments. The Duke of York's pub on the corner, which itself has to employ bouncers these days, which is a sad reflection on the city centre pub. Go a little bit up York Road, you've got the school, you've got the mosque. The opposite side in Summerland Street, you come down to the Printworks, Kingfisher House, student accommodation. Just up by the roundabout, you've got James Owen Court, student accommodation. Not very far down, you've got the barn and other big student accommodations. To me, it is very obvious why this particular company want to go there. It could become a magnet for vulnerable people, and I count highly intelligent students in that, but who think, oh, I can go and spend £10 in there and I'll come out with my weekend money to spend at timepiece. They won't, they'll lose it. It's £2 a pop, apparently. It's not the old days of sixpence in the slot machine are long since gone. So I do think, so that is one aspect on living conditions. I think they will be diminished severely. There is residential accommodation above this unit, as I have already indicated. If the application is to be permitted, we need the most stringent noise reduction, because these machines are noisy and they're irritatingly noisy. And the plan is to make them irritatingly noisy, because that's what gives them their attraction to some people, apparently. So I think then you've also got children who walk down Sidwell Street from the school up at the top of Old Tiverton Road, Stoke Hill, who walk down to St Sidwell's Point. Now, I know they do that because I live a little bit further up in Old Tiverton Road, and I hear them all jolly laughing and joking as they walk down in a crocodile, and then later on as they walk back up in a crocodile. So we know that there are children who are using that, having a slot machine venue there. Perhaps somebody has just lost a lot of money and comes out. Is not going to be in the best interests of the living or working conditions or of these children. So to me, it is not the right place for this particular use. And I think that it can be refused. On the other hand, if it is approved, we need the stringent conditions that Councillor Palmer has talked about, where they can be, going through the conditions that are here. I've already talked about noise on the premises. I think also it is of concern, and I do think, I don't know whether we can put a condition in, but there should be a condition that there are proper male, female, disabled customer facilities on site for people to use, if they are there for a little longer than perhaps they had planned. I note that the suggestion of the condition is 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. Well, quite frankly, why couldn't it be 11 a.m. to 12 p.m.? But I'm not anticipating any particular support than that. 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., 2 a.m. is better than 24/7. I think the shopfront display is important. The one that I saw, as I indicated earlier, has it does stop you looking in to see the gambling machines, and hopefully with the door closed you won't hear them either. But I do think you could have a really nice mural that can be anything they like. You could get anyone to design it, but something that is not related to gambling, so that the only people who know that it's gambling is if they look at the shop front at the top where it says Merkur Slots. So, and I also think that it should be clear that Ackland Road can only be used as an emergency exit and not as a general entry to the premises for people going to use. Ackland Road is quite a small row of terraced houses. It has got the 2 staircases up to the residential flats. Clearly, it will have to be used for service, and so that can be restricted. But apart from that, the doors can be locked in such a way that they can be opened quickly if they were needed for an emergency. So on balance, I would prefer that this application was rejected. It is the wrong place for this particular use on all the grounds that I mentioned. But if it goes, if it is to be approved, it needs some rigorous conditions attached to it, slightly more beefed up than the planning officers have suggested.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Any other comment, Councillor Ketchin?
Just briefly, I think, the sort of discussions when we ever look to approve or turn down a planning application should always have the reasoning for the decision. The thing that sort of strikes me about this particular establishment in terms of place is there is one that's virtually identical 200 yards away, so there's a strong case to say that the the council has already discharged its sort of obligation to, or its its obligation to sort of allow these services. They're legal, but it's under no obligation to have them sort of penetrating all parts of the city without some kind of control. It's a shame we don't have a strong or some kind of policy over and above MPPF on gambling in the way that we do on prostitution, with the brothel over the road turned down on good grounds, and also notably in this vulnerable area. So I think, you know, this street has lots of problems, and it seems on balance that it's fair to share sort of the spread of these institutions around the city, and not ask St Sidwell's to have to take the burden.
Brothels on your side of the room.
Thank you, Councillor Ketty.
Market do like St James.
Councillor Rolst.
Thank you, Chair. Before conversation at the other end of the table dissolves rapidly. For me, I think that Sidwell Street is in an area of multiple deprivation. 4th Street, I think, is as well, but I think that the historic nature of the facility in 4th Street, which, you know, came before we know what we know now about the impact of gambling and its impact on health and well-being. In the report, the policy context, it clearly says that, you know, planning decisions should aim to achieve healthy, inclusive and safe places by reducing the potential for crime and fear of crime through good design and appropriate measures. And I think that Councillor Palmer raised a good point about the amount of faith institutions nearby and facilities that support families and children, more so than perhaps was in the planning report, because there are far more of those facilities around. Also, for me, this context of the travel, I think having something like that has licensing opening hours outside of our public transport facilities is also a big concern, because what happens at 1 o'clock in the morning, where there aren't any buses, there aren't any trains, what happens then? I appreciate that there are other takeaways around the area, but by their design, a takeaway is you go in to get something and then you go again, whereas this is going to be people who are customers that are perhaps loitering around. The issues of kind of smoking, we've brought up the issues of the kind of public conveniences at 1 o'clock in the morning. What happens if there aren't any conveniences? And I know we're a bit hazy on that one, so we don't know that, and that might be a question we could have asked had the applicant been here. But for me in particular, it's the policy framework around achieving healthy, inclusive and safe places. And we are looking at putting something that research has shown to be risky, that's why we have so many rules and regulations around it, into an area that is scoring particularly high on the index of multiple deprivation. And I think that for me is where it sits very uncomfortably if it was to be approved.
Thank you, Councillor. I'd like to make a contribution as well. Well, what we would have decided, that's going to be up to us, and I will leave it to you to come to a reasonable and balanced decision. For me, I think that the timing issue, the 9 till 2, is something which should be left to licensing and should not be part of our conditions. Noise absolutely must be conditioned, and I think it should be conditioned as strongly as possible. I think there should definitely be a condition which says that it effectively must be soundproofed, so that there is no chance of this beeping and everything else going through to the flats above. I think also I would like us if we can, to specify that there should be no advertising of what's inside, the same way as maybe it's licensing's job, not ours, but for a sex establishment or something like that. That I think that there should be a blank front, and I support the concept of a mural, but I would be a little bit concerned that if, again, making the site itself too attractive, perhaps just simply a fade from smoke down to black or whatever, or something like that. So in my balanced view of this is that we should follow the recommendation and approve. However, these conditions should be firmly written. Does anybody have any contributions, Councillor Patrick?
Chair, I don't think we've got have we got a recommendation to approve? We don't, do we? Because
No.
yeah, just
What
I just
we
want
do
to
is,
clarify
yes,
that.
yeah, I'll read out what the recommendation is. The director will give me the exact wording. Wait a second, I know it's in our report. Yeah, but which page?
Page
45, right. Okay, first.
No. Subject to the following conditions.
Sorry, with your permission,
Yes,
Chair.
please.
So what we would suggest, because this is in the discussion on page 23, the first paragraph, really. So, sorry, the second paragraph. So that what we would suggest is whether you your view is to support the application or refuse it. The wording in the recommendation, we're asking you to consider what decision you would have made if this was still the remit to determine the application. So it's that first sentence, really. If you were minded to support the application, what would be the material conditions? If you were minded to refuse the application, should you were still able to determine it, what would be the reasons for refusal? So that's the sentence, I think.
I've got some particular wording
to
suggest.
Okay.
So I think in terms of voting on a proposal, I would recommend that we say officers prepare and submit an appeal statement outlining the council's position in support of the proposal, and the conditions of approval the council would consider appropriate, both as set out in the officer report. So that would be the starting position, and if that recommend is passed, then can proceed. Otherwise, we can amend that as members see fit.
Right, obviously that's still difficult in terms of having something just read out and not written in front of us. I'm looking at this thing, we're saying a statement outlining the council's position, either supporting or opposing the proposal. These are the bullet points after paragraph 2 on page 23. We're actually going over to page 24. For me, what I need first of all is an indicative vote, either in support or against the proposal that there is a change of use from food to this licensed adult games centre. And then once we have a decision on that we then have a further conversation. And if that decision is refused, then again, all those who wish it to be refused, to provide the officers with substantial material for them to work with, and that if it is approved, then we give the officers substantial material of our conditions and what we would expect. So that is the way I'd like to take it. So I would first of all like to propose that is my formula that we go forward, and if that is acceptable to the committee. So the first vote will be whether we are comfortable with that set of procedures. Do I have a seconder for that proposal? I do. So this first vote is if you are comfortable that that is what we're going to do, that we will have an indicative vote on whether we support or reject this application, and then conversations afterwards as the consequence of that. So this first vote is whether or not we are going to go to a vote on it. Effectively, I think that way we are quite clear as to what we're doing. Okay, so those in favour that that is our way forward. Okay. Right, those against that format? And anybody abstaining for that format? In that case, it is carried, and that is the way we're going to do. So I'm now asking for an indicative vote on whether you would, had this come before the committee, whether you would have supported the application of change of use or whether you would have rejected it. Do I require a seconder for that proposal? I don't think so, because we did the first bit. Yeah. Okay, happy with that. So now I want an indicative.
I think you've got to ask them whether first of all, whether they support it first.
That's what I'm doing. Yes, yeah. So I'm moving that we submit that. Yeah.
Vote for or against. If the majority goes against.
That's what I was attempting to outline in the first place. Yes. So that is what we are doing. Then we are now moving to a vote to indicate whether we are in support or of the officer's recommendation. Yes. Everybody happy with that? That you understand what you're voting for? In that case, I ask for a vote then. Those in favour, please. Those against? Any abstentions? Right, now, so what we have an indication now that we would refuse that application. So now I require the grounds, the planning grounds, to give to the officers for them to be able to compile it in the report. Okay, so anybody want to start the ball in? Councillor Ketchum?
Something along the lines of healthy communities and not having a proliferation of similar establishments within a concentrated area, given that there's an exactly or a duplication of the facility within short walking distance. So it's like healthy communities and proliferation of the same establishments.
So I think what we do have is that there is a policy which I think we'll read out the policy so that you've got an indication of the scope of your reasoning, first of all. So in terms of what the issues would be. Second thing I'd ask you to consider is then whether you feel that within the scope of that policy, you feel there is significant evidence that we could put to the planning inspectorate based on that. And I think so. If Hayley might be helpful, first of all, if Hayley reads out the policy.
Just to suggest on page 25, we've got a table showing the key planning issues. It just seems to me that we need to go through each of those and not reverse some of the comments, come up with a slightly different wording under some which emphasises the points we would wish to make that do not support the application relating to those key policy areas, which go on to page 26, which were the principle of the development, impact on living and working conditions, visual amenity, economic benefits, and impact on crime and antisocial behaviour. Those are the planning issues you've identified. And I think for most of those, we've come up, the committee and Councillor Palmer's come up with a number of suggestions of reasons.
But this is about the recommendation you're making, isn't it, in terms of, and the discussions today have been very much focused on the proximity to these other facilities and concerns about health impacts associated with that. So in terms of planning policy S6, amusement arcades, is the most relevant. So I can read that out and then and with the policies as well, it's a supporting text that can you hear me? Yeah. That's all right. The supporting text is what explains the reasoning behind the policy. So I'll read out the supporting text that goes with it. In considering proposals for amusement arcades, the council will take into account the likely impact on the neighbourhood and may impose conditions. They are generally, this isn't relevant, but I'm going to read it anyway because they're generally of concern in conservation areas or in listed buildings. Well, there aren't listed buildings or conservation areas there. And because of that, they talk about impacts on the character appearance of such buildings. They will not be appropriate in the primary shopping area of the city centre because of the need to maintain its vitality for shopping, nor at key tourist locations where the character and image of the area must be protected. Now, this is the key sentence. They will not be appropriate close to housing, schools, churches, hospitals, or hotels because of the potential for noise and general disturbance. So then I can read out the policy. Our amusement arcades will not be permitted in the primary shopping area, in the cathedral, castle, quayside tourist areas, close to housing, schools, churches, hospitals, or hotels, and generally where they would harm visual amenity or cause noise disturbance, or where they would harm the character, appearance, or setting of conservation areas, listed buildings, or buildings of local importance. So the key bits here, aren't they, are where they would harm visual amenity or cause noise or disturbance and general disturbance. So which are the points we were talking about earlier. So they're your key bits.
Can I just say that, and one of the things that was referred to on a regular basis was the number of faith centres that we have a multicultural sort of a spread of all the different faith centres, including spiritualists, the mosque, and as well as the school. So we even list all of those as sort of indicative of why, basically what I was hearing a lot of anyway whilst the conversation.
I suppose my only concern about that is what Hayley talked about was specifically about noise and disturbance, and whether that noise and disturbance is specific to a church or a mosque. Really, I think that's where I'd be concerned. Why is that specific noise and disturbance issue compared to I think the wording of the policy, I didn't write it, is talks about the sort of general area, the vicinity, doesn't it? And so we need to understand what is specific then about this use in relation to the noise and disturbance of those surrounding uses, rather than the general, because a lot of the conversation now is about general health concerns.
Disturbance is wider than just noise. Disturbance is disturbing people's living, working. It's a much bigger thing than just noise. And this, I think what we're saying is that it's not appropriate. It's too likely to cause disturbance to those living nearby, going to school nearby, or seeking to worship nearby.
And can I add one more? It's very interesting.
Please use the microphone.
Very interesting because my children go to school. So most of the time my wife, she catch bus from there, front of the shop. So all the parents, they catch bus from there on that area. And it's more than, they have more than 200 students. They use this area. It's very important. So that's I'm concerned, so I don't know. That's me. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I want to go back to the point I raised earlier about the healthy, inclusive and safe places. For me, that's where this sits most, in that planning policies and decisions to promote safe and accessible environments, ensuring that crime and the fear of crime do not undermine the quality of life or community cohesion. And I think that we would be undermining a lot of the work that we've been trying to do in the Sidwell Street area by putting in this facility. And I think that for me is the key point about this, more so than anything else. And as Councillor Hussain pointed out, the fact that the transport links for that very busy community primary school, the drop-off is right outside this. It's not even just on the road. The bus stop is right there. So there's, you know, that for me is the key reason why I chose not to support this, and it is about that paragraph in particular.
It just comes back to the holistic, coming back to the national guidance. Is that the guidance you raised, Hayley, a local guidance? I wasn't aware of that. Okay, so that's the difference. The national guidance, I think, covers the emphasis of it, and it's on balance. It's on balance. We're not saying we're against gambling in all areas. It's about the balance for this particular site that's under stress. That's the understanding that I think everyone has here. This is a site, an area that's under stress, and we don't want to add to the weight of stress and the balance of distress in that community. So when it comes to disturbance, it's the way this affects the street scene and the knock-on disturbance into an already under stress area.
Anybody else have any more contributions? Do you officers require any more from the committee?
So sorry to prolong the discussion. I think what I've been alluding to all along really is not. I absolutely respect what you're saying about you don't support the officer's view. Absolutely, yeah. The officer's view, by the way, I think it's been misrepresented. Frankly, I don't think we've been given a glowing support for this happening. It was an on-balance recommendation, taking into account a number of factors. So it certainly wasn't something that was a glowing endorsement of this use either. So I have to say that. However, I think the concern that we've got as an officer team is that when you're in an appeal situation and you're asking us to represent you on issues that are very difficult to evidence, frankly, in a planning environment, bearing in mind what we said about the other forms of legislation around gambling and licensing, you're in a very kind of forensic environment, and the planning inspector, you know, will not allow any of the emotional aspects. But what he will do is be very clear. If there was an application along with the appeal for an award of costs, he would be very, very clear about that. And so I think what we're trying to do as an officer team is to advise you about what could be considered reasonable issues based on the policies that we have, because that's the best way of avoiding costs. And so the issues around noise and disturbance in relation to other perhaps more vulnerable uses is probably the nearest I think we can come. But getting into other wider issues on health, I think we feel that is beyond what you could not reasonably expect as to make a sort of case for, because it's straying into other areas of regulation such as gambling and licensing, and that's where we're more vulnerable when it comes to the costs. So absolutely understand you want to send a message to the planning inspector that you don't support this. I think what we're advising is that you limit that to the policy that we have, because that's the way in which I know planning decisions are made locally. It's based on, starting point is always the policy, and then what within that policy, what are the particular issues? And I think we've alluded to the noise and disturbance in relation to other, you could argue, you could say more vulnerable uses like the church and the mosque, etc. So that, I think that's what we're trying to steer you towards, is to limit the risk of cost, coming up with reasons that we could put a reasonable defence forward, and leave it at that really. Does that make sense?
Thank the difference?
Just say, so we've often in the past found ourselves in this situation where an officer makes a recommendation, the committee goes against the officer's recommendation. Sometimes the officers in the past have been able to summarise the thrust of the arguments being put forward, because often they're quite clearly on planning issues. This is sadly a broader issue, of which planning is the situation we're dealing with at the moment. But I do get concerned where we as lay members are expected to automatically know every aspect of planning law and be able to turn our thoughts and our concerns into the language needed for an appeals document. And in the past, we have had situations where officers have said, yes, we'll take this away and we'll bring it back, but I don't know whether we have timescale to bring it back to the next planning committee with the copy of the report for approval. No, if not, can we authorize the chair and the vice chair on our behalf as a committee to approve the report that you write? Because my thoughts are, you've got time to consider the debate this evening, you've got time to listen.
That is the normal process.
All right, you've got time to listen to the tape if you want to of what's been said this evening, to summarize what pieces you might have missed or overlooked, to produce a decent report, and then after the chair's approved it, it can be circulated to members either with the next paper meetings or just as a matter of record. But I think it's very dangerous for us to ad hoc as lay committee members to try to develop an extreme of planning decision-making processes and try to get them into a logical document. And I think it's unfair on the officer to expect them to instantly respond on something that is not clear-cut as this one is.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Councillor Mitchell. Councillor.
Just briefly, I didn't think for a second that the officers came across as wholeheartedly enthusiastic about this. I would just like to make that clear. I got you're doing due diligence, and applaud that. The other thing I was going to say, sort of Mike's essentially covered, so we'll brush over that.
Anybody else with any other contributions for now? Yes, so Councillor Jobson.
Really, looking at the relevant policies on page 29 of the report that's before us, paragraph 92B of the MPPF talks about healthy, inclusive and safe places. Yeah, and also paragraph 94 and paragraph 96 to 108. And I would have thought there's material within the MPPF that is right in line with what we've been talking about, as set out in the report. Should promote safe and accessible environments, ensuring that crime and the fear of crime do not undermine the quality of life or community cohesion. That's really what could sound
It would
like
be
what we've been
difficult
talking
on the
about.
crime element, just because we've had the response from the police. So I think we'd struggle when they haven't objected. Yeah.
The police would certainly be able to provide evidence that this is a high crime area. But it's nuanced as to what you're asking them, as to what response you get. That's the nature of it.
So you need to, if you're going to speak, put your microphones on so that it can help when we're looking.
We get a lot of interaction as ward councillors with the police. They're very clear this is a high crime area. They spend a lot of time there, and they've had specific initiatives on St Sidwell's. When we ask questions, a bit like what Mike's saying, when we're asked as a planning lay members, but committee members, but lay members all the same, about planning applications, you get answers prompted on the questions that are asked. It's a little bit the same with the police. I'm sure they can evidence that as a high crime area. That's not in doubt. It's more that their response to the applications based on the question they're asked, which is within a certain remit. And that is the separate set of variables.
They're consulted on the application information, so yeah.
I think the question for the planning committee is whether not whether this is a high crime area, it's whether this use would contribute to that. My reading of the Devon and Cornwall Police designing out crime officer is that he has no objection in principle to the proposed use. So I think if you're asking that officer team now to provide evidence to the planning appeal, that we'd have to contradict that advice, and I feel that puts us in quite a difficult position. I have to say.
Right, okay, members, I think we have exhausted our discussions on this. We'll wait for a report back to officers. The vice chair and I will look through it and consult with them. Right, okay, so
we need a vote as to what, how we want to proceed.
So I'm advised that we need a vote. Okay, and what is the phrasing of that vote, please?
Thank you, Chair. So the proposal would be officers to prepare and submit an appeal statement outlining the council's, so in this case, it wouldn't be support, but objection of the proposal on the basis of policy S6 and the general disturbance and proximity to such buildings as local churches and schools, and subject to.
Can I just clarify? Can I have a quick clarification? Does our policy say churches or faith centres?
Churches.
Housing, schools, churches.
It's quite an old policy.
Yeah.
We need a new local plan.
And then I would suggest subject to agreement or delegated to the director for strategic place in agreement with the chair.
Yeah.
Sorry, that took me quite a long time to share that. Sorry.
I would delegate to the head of planning services because that would be normal.
Okay, head of city development.
Head of city development, yeah.
Yeah. So officers prepare and submit an appeal statement outlining the council position to object to the proposals on the basis of policy S6 and the general disturbance caused to nearby churches, and such report to be agreed and such authority to be delegated to the head of city development and to be agreed with the chair of the planning committee.
Right, okay, do you understand what's being asked of you? Right, in that case, can I ask those in favour to please indicate so? And those against?
Any abstentions? Okay, so
That is clearly carried. Right, again, my apologies to those who are here for the next item on the agenda, but after this discussion, we must have a short break. It will only be a short break. Again, I ask committee members to only take 5 minutes, please, but to have a comfort break.
Thank you. I'm so sorry that took so long. You're very, very good. Thank you.
Okay, we will wait a few moments, yeah. First thing to note is Councillor Pole has left the building, so we effectively have her apologies for this next item. We will wait for Councillor Lebon to get back so that we can have. It was still 4-8, but. Thank you. We're now moving on to our next item on the agenda, which is 221620 FUL, the redevelopment of an existing boat repair and maintenance storage shed with the accommodation above. I will remind councillors that obviously there have been emails about this, and those emails included visual representations. Those visual representations have we've not had the opportunity to verify those, so they are not part of our considerations this evening. With that, I'll move on to the officer. Thank you very much indeed.
So this application is for the
Please. Oh, can people hear me all right? Yeah. So the application is for the redevelopment of a well-established boatyard in Topsham. It's called Trout's Boatyard. They want to. So the existing site includes upper floor-y residential accommodation, a one-bed residential accommodation, and the rest of the site's used as for boat repair and maintenance and a storage shed. So it's currently a mixed-use building, and the proposal is to enlarge the workshop and the boatyard maintenance so they can have double height capacity, so they can fit larger boats in the facility. They'll have ancillary offices, a chandlery, which is currently actually located in a boat in adjacent to the actual building, and a proposed 3-bed maisonette. Access would be from Ferry Road. So I'll just go through the proposal. So just to give a bit of context, I'll try and whiz through these because we do have quite a few slides, but they're just purely to give you a background. So it's located in the centre of Topsham. I don't know whether you can see. Is there a light thing? There's St Michael's Church to the north, and the Lighter Inn is to the south there. This shows the site boundary. There's a pontoon next to it. So Ferry Road's to the north. There's Key Cottage, which is the building directly adjacent to the right. I'll show some more images to help illustrate this. I thought there was like a light thing on this, but I can't. No, I don't think it works, sorry. And Quayside, directly next to it is a block of 3 flats. The buildings opposite are also predominantly residential, but with some commercial on the ground floor as well on Ferry Road. So this is just, I'll go through this quickly, showing the constraints. So it's located within the conservation area of Topsham. There's a number of listed buildings. You can see the grade 2 listed buildings shown in green. And that's actually incorrect because the church is grade 2 star, just above where the big red star is. It's obviously located in the conservation area, and that indicates some views from the church in and out from the site as well. This is some historic photos. You can actually see some very old boatyard buildings there that are much larger than the ones on site today. And you can also see the chandlery there. It's like the white barge sort of facility. So in terms of constraints, it is heavily constrained because it's located next to the estuary, which has old European protection, and now estuary does it a special protection area in Ramsar because of the wetland birds on the River Exe and the wildlife on the River Exe, as well as the nationally designated site of special scientific interest. It's also located within Flood Zone 3 and the landscape setting and Valley Park. And because of its location in the wildlife designations, the applicant submitted what's called a shadow habitats regulation assessment. So they made an assessment on the impacts on the wildlife on the estuary, and the council as competent authority has chosen to adopt that, and Natural England has also supported the mitigation measures within that. I'll just go on to this. So these are just some more site photos, so you can get an idea of what the site is like. You can see the residential accommodation building there, and Key Cottage is the pitch roof in the distance. You can see St Michael's Church. I don't know if anyone knows it. Above the actual wall there is also listed, and some of the residential properties behind. The sort of light blue building with the slate tile front, that's Key Cottage, and the cream buildings behind are these quayside flats, so they're residential accommodation at the moment. So there's been extensive pre-app discussions for this site, and the owner, the well-established boatyard owners, wanted to develop this for a number of years. So we've had some very large-scale schemes the council hasn't said that we wouldn't support, essentially. But these are all pre-app, so they were all submitted just purely for the council's information, but the applicant did include some of these images within their current submission. The 2022 illustration there shows what was originally submitted as part of the current application. We raised some concerns about the scaling and massing of that, and excuse me, the 2024 visualization there shows the current submitted plans. So just to give you a bit of an idea, here's some elevations and some floor plans. You can see the boatyard building element on the far right there with the maintenance part behind. The Chandlery is the shop that will be accessed from 4 Street. This is the bits all in blue, and you can see a visualization of what, or the elevation of what might look from the west. Then you can see the flat roof bit is the bit where the boat would go in, and they carry out the maintenance for that. This is taken from the estuary side, so a view towards the building. There's a small sort of 8 square metre balcony proposed above that flat roof elevation, but it's set back so it doesn't come right forward to the estuary. And this illustrates the orange dotted line shows the height of the current buildings on the site, so you can get an idea. That building on the left would be 1.3 metres higher than the existing building, and obviously the building on the right is a new building, and it makes the development 5 metres wider at that part. You can see, so it's a 3-bed maisonette in the fact that it's sets out across two floors. You've got residential accommodation on these upper floors, and I don't know if I can go back, but the offices were on the 2nd floor. So this probably helps try and show the building within its wider context, and with the residential properties on Ferry Road behind, you can see the heights of the buildings. So it will affect the outlook and views, although they're not material planning considerations for some of the residential properties directly opposite the proposed building. So as part of this, we asked the applicants to do a shadow study analysis. I might just go back actually. I just want to explain something here. So this is directly opposite the residential properties, and at the request of the council, all those windows would be obscure glaze. So these are the windows that are directly opposite. So there would be no intervisibility or no impact in terms of views in and out of those affecting the properties. So the key issues from our point of view is obviously the fact that you'd have that second additional building in addition to the buildings are now, and this marginal increase in height. So the council asked for a shadow impact analysis. Oh, sorry, I'm going the wrong way. So you could determine if there was impact on light on the neighbouring properties. This is a bit better. So this shows the direct impact in summer, which has limited impact on those buildings, but there will be some impact during the winter. So the yellow line shows the existing buildings, and the shadow shows the additional impact. So there would be some impact on, I think it's number 46, I have to show, number 48, directly behind this on their lower ground levels, although they do already have a one-storey high wall in front of that property. So it would be fairly limited, and it will only just be during the winter months. So just a few more illustrations to show the building within its context. You've got the highest building on 4th Street, residential building on 4th Street, which is 4 stories there. So even though this is 3 stories, it's a little bit higher than the adjacent 3-story building. So the one half of it will be sort of 2.5 stories, and the other one would be almost equivalent to the 3 stories adjacent there. You can see again that the key thing here is how much the increase is compared to what's there now, and the orange dashed line shows the current building, and the pink line, if you can see that, shows the proposed building. So just some more visualizations to try and help you understand what it might look like. The materials, you've got the proposal is to use some local stone and timber facing. The top visualization would be from the west on Ferry Road, and the bottom one is obviously from the estuary, more towards, I don't know whether you know where the antique centre is, so it's more from that side. And there's a few more. So as part of it, a landscape and visual impact assessment was carried out, so you could get a visualization of what the building would look like. It's sort of form and massing from the church. So obviously there will be an impact in terms of a view, because you've got a slightly larger building compared to what there is now. And it will look, larger from that view as well. And this is to show the visualization actually from the antique centre as well. So we have had 2 rounds of, we have had a number of objections to the proposal. The initial consultation for the 2022 scheme had 64 objections, and we've had, in relation to the revised scheme, we've had 35 objections and 3 letters of support, a lot of them about scale, massing and height of the building, concerns about glazing, overshadowing, increased flood risk, noise and pollution, inaccurate plans, etc. And then 3 of support, which are very much focused on the impacts of the business and views on the design. So we've had some comments from Historic England, who haven't raised an objection, but they have clearly set out that the council should ensure that we think any harm as a result of the development is clear and convincingly justified, and they did make recommendations to minimise harm, including reducing upper floor levels, and that any resulting harm should be weighed against the public benefits. It's our view that the continued operation of the boatyard, and that they don't have to do a viability assessment for this because it's not a major application, but they have said that the residential element of this helps the viability of the scheme, is what we've been told. And so we've come to the view that the need to help keep that boat facility operating at that site, and the fact that they have responded to ongoing design discussions with us, that the recommendation is for approval at the end. So there's the comments from our heritage officer, and the urban design and landscape officer also raised no objections, and subject to a condition requiring samples of materials. So this is not the final one. So I've really summarised this anyway in terms of impacts on historic assets that that concern raised by Historic England, and that we've come to conclusion that there's that clear and convincing justification. Impacts on neighbouring amenity. So they've made some changes to reduce the impacts of the scheme and to create a scheme that's more in keeping with the form of the buildings in the surrounding area, so the layout and the roof form, so to help it reflect the conservation area and the character and appearance of the wider area. In terms of flood risk, there is an existing residential use, and the application is supported by a flood risk assessment that sets out the development will be safe for its lifetime and incorporates mitigation measures that the council is satisfied with. And as I mentioned before, the impacts on the wildlife on the estuary were satisfied that these have been adequately mitigated against through recommendations in terms of mitigation measures in the shadow HRA. So our recommendation is to grant permission, but subject to quite a few conditions to manage the impact, so including construction, traffic and environmental management plan, land contamination, waste audit statement, surface water drainage, mitigation measures to protect the European wildlife and other ecology mitigation measures, construction hours, noise assessment materials, cycle parking, and a sustainability mitigation statement. There was some concerns raised about changes in ground levels, but that hasn't been set out within the application. So all the details submitted to us indicate that there's no changes in ground levels as part of the scheme. And that's it. I didn't say actually the height of the, just to clarify, the height of the building is 9.1 metres, but I'll go back to some of these illustrations because it might help. That probably helps the discussion, doesn't it?
Thank you, Hayley. And now I'm inviting questions to Hayley. Start off with Councillor Ralston.
Thank you for that. Could I just make a point of clarification on the church? Do you mean St Margaret's rather than St Michael's?
No, I think it's called St Michael's.
So you definitely mean St Margaret's.
Thank you, Councillor. I think it's just for anyone that knows Tottenham, it's the one that sits just off the main,
on the
sort of
top
above.
of the,
Yeah, St Margaret's. Yeah, St Margaret's.
it?
Okay.
Oh,
That's
sorry.
fine. That's okay. Just in case
Apologies.
other councillors aren't necessarily familiar with the ward, they might be familiar with that. The church and wondering where they are. That's okay. Could you just go back to the image where you had it, where you said it was basically looking from the Quay Antique Centre for me?
There was a photograph.
That one, yeah, right
there
there.
you go.
So the bottom one, the
Yeah.
whited out building, that's Quay Cottage.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Am I correct in thinking that that patch in front of it is their garden?
Yeah, it's actually, that's not accurate because their garden's sort of raised. It's a bit higher level.
Okay.
So, but obviously as part of this is to visualise what this scheme looks like rather than get them to show floor levels.
Was there any consideration done about particularly the balcony impacting on the privacy then of the gardens and grounds of Quay Cottage?
So can you see the balcony there? It's that glazed feature up on the upper level. So actually that's set back quite away from the edge of the roof. So I think overlooking would be really, I don't know whether, just because it's set back, whether you'd actually even be able to overlook the garden because of it'll be at an oblique angle and you'd be looking over a roof. So can you see the bit I really need a pointer.
No, I can, but my question was, has any consideration been put to that?
Yeah. And we consider that wouldn't overlook the rear garden of that property because of the distance and the intervening roof, yeah.
Councillor Mitchell.
Just 2 points. Because of the historic nature of Tottenham, will any archaeological survey be required on the site when it's cleared if it takes place?
We have consulted our archaeologist and he hasn't made that recommendation, so, and it's not a condition of this, so I'm presuming no.
Disappointing. The second point is, could you please outline for us changes that have taken place? Because I'm not unclear about the process that's now happened. What has evolved, this change to get us to where we are?
Let's go back. Am I going the right way? Yeah. So we've been in pre-app discussion since 2018, and as you can see, the original proposals were huge. They wanted to put in, and mainly predominantly residential, and we said the form, massing and height of that does not represent the buildings in the surrounding area. They're too big. Essentially, you can see 2018 and 2019, and then the image of 2020. They brought the whole scale and massing of the building made it much smaller, but they still didn't have. Interesting enough, there isn't. It's very much residential focused. So the key thing was to get it so the buildings, the proposals very much revolved around their business and the boatyard itself. So that's, if we go to, so you can clearly see from this, they took it as an opportunity then to build a bigger boat maintenance building. So the idea was that they could bring in larger boats into the site. So it's like much taller than, I did actually go and visit the site, and the boats at the moment, they're literally struggling to get some of them through the door. So I think they want to increase what they can do and help maintain the boats themselves. And there's a workshop to the rear so they can repair parts of the boats as well.
What's the balance between residential and commercial?
So maybe we'll show on the floor. So the current residential accommodation is 65 square metres, and the proposal is for 215 square metres. So it's quite a large residential element. But the boatyard itself is quite large. I don't know the square meterage off the top of my head. It might be in the report, sorry. Sorry? Three. It's a 3-bed maisonette. Sorry, did I not say that? Yeah. I'll show you. Shall I show you some of the ground floor images again? And that was clear, wasn't it? Oh no. In terms of. So all that, I feel like I should go and stand up there and show you all the. Most of this ground floor element is all for the boatyard, this first floor. So because you've got the big section, so you've got the bit with the boat in it, and the bit behind that is the workshop. The bit to the left is the chandlery, so that's where they sell bits and pieces for the boat equipment and what's on the barge at the moment. And the other, they're just like storage facilities and toilets. So if I go to the next one, there's 3 offices for the boatyard there, and the higher level of the boat, so that's space. But the beige coloured area is residential then on that second floor element to the rear, and then the top floor then is residential.
And Councillor Banyard first, and then come back to Councillor Roslow.
Can I just ask about flooding? We see it's in flood zone 3.
Yeah.
Which indicates high flood risk. Say with these side elevations, how high do you think the water would get up to in the event of a flood, and what would happen to the residents in the maisonette above if that did happen? Would they be trapped in their house?
So we do have to consider this, don't we? We should, as planning authority, apply the sequential test and exceptions test. But it is slightly different when it's an established residential use. So we do take that into account. And the fact that the residential is on the upper floors, but also they do propose mitigation measures in the report to help limit impacts during times of flood, which is why we've made the recommendation that we support the flood risk measures, and it's not a form of objection. We haven't had an objection from the Environment Agency either.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me a second go. Did we have any discussion with the harbour master about the impact? So you said about sort of bigger boats and things. Has there been any impact on the size of vessel and the ability to maintain that in that part of the
We didn't
waterways?
consult them. That's not like a normal. We wouldn't normally consult them.
Any other questions of the officer on the report? In that case, I'm moving now to the Councillor Speaking Understanding Order 44. Call on Councillor Williams, please. As with other speakers, Councillor Williams, I do not have a time limit for you. However, I do recommend that you are brief and concise, please.
Thank you, Chair, for inviting me to speak, and recommendation duly noted. I know that you've had a long old slog this evening, so I shall be brief. I think one of the things about, first of all, thanks to the officers for the very detailed report, church dedications aside. But I think being a ward councillor, occasionally you get planning applications like this that where you have try and represent to the best of your abilities the interests of both the applicant and also of residents, because in this instance both are constituents of mine. I think where certainly the applicant deserves credit is in the, as you see, the evolution of the particular application over many years, and outside of this, what they do in the community. I think it's a unique application that where you end up with a collision of sort of heritage, both in terms of business and heritage has already been alluded to, but also in terms of leisure, given Topsham status, particularly for tourism and active travel. I think what has come, having read all the documents and the comments both in support and objecting from the shadow ecological assessment, due to the nature of birds such as avocets and godwits and other things for the ornithologically minded of you, that will dictate when the construction would take place, which I understand would be in the spring and summer. Correct me if I have understood that incorrectly. Which then obviously would have an impact on, because obviously it would be peak tourist season in Topsham. So I think as part of any construction and environment management plan, it would need to then be very clear, especially given the nature of Ferry Road and its particularly narrow nature, the hours that were allowed, and also how we would avoid a situation like you see on the news occasionally, whereby construction vehicles got stuck because that turning off to the right is quite tight, particularly as you approach sort of the Galley restaurant on your left and the back of the Lighter Inn that comes down there. So I think given that, and we are obviously as an authority particularly promoting of active travel methods, I would hate it, particularly in the summertime, to have an accident between a construction vehicle and a cyclist, or even worse, a family out for a walk at whatever time of day during the school holiday. So I think part of the drilling down into the construction of the CTMP, if I may speak in acronyms, would be an important part of that particular application. I've had a number of residents contact me about this, mostly in terms of how have those construction materials been arrived at, because some have felt that it's not in keeping with the area. Some have raised concerns because there are a number of residential and businesses in the area just behind it on Ferry Road where the site is, around things such as loss of privacy, although Haley, you've addressed some of those things, but also around concern about loss of sunlight, which I think you've partially go to, but people are still concerned about that anyway. And just to note as well that others have raised concerns about what they felt was a lack of a sufficient consultation period, which is something like less than around 2 weeks, and not given sufficient time to actually respond to this latest application. So what I hope that you'll consider, because I don't wish to witter on, because I think you'll hear otherwise, is it's kind of at this, I say, this collision between the concerns that residents have raised that live very close by, given the nature of Topsham's classic narrow streets, and a business which operates in the Topsham, which on the sign on the way in you will see is the historic port of Exeter, and ultimately a business which operates within that particular purpose and has done for a long time, and which, again, as a ward councillor, I would like to see continue to thrive long into the future, but also in such a way that affects both residents and visitors in the least way possible. So I hope that will be taken into consideration by your good selves, and that you will ask both objectors and also the applicant questions about that. And thank you, Councillor Ralston, my colleague, for asking about the Marine Management Organisation and the Harbour Master, because I can cross that off my list. But thank you very much for the time to speak, Chair, and I'll invite any questions.
That's good.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Right, I'm inviting questions to Councillor Williams on his statement. Gosh, right. Councillor Williams, you've got off light there.
I was expecting more from Councillor Mitchell, but I'm disappointed.
Thank you very much.
Right, we're now moving on to speakers. I'm going to call the objector first, Mr. Mark Millon. If you could come forward, please. We will give you assistance in operating the microphone if you don't know how to use it already. I'll wait until I finish speaking and then you press the buttons when you're ready. And right, yeah, either, yeah, but not us now. Thanks, Councillor Same. Just give me a moment, please. Thank you. Right, so Mr. Mann, you have 3 minutes. You can start. Give yourself a little bit of a moment to get organised and get started, and then we will have questions for you afterwards. So the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. We've lived in Key Cottage, semi-detached to the Trouts Boatyard for 43 years. In objecting to this planning application, I'm also speaking on behalf of other close neighbours and for the 64 objectors. We believe the planning report that supports the development begins in a misleading way. It implies that the original application was 3.5/4 stories and has been reduced substantially to 2.5 stories. The original application was 2.5 stories. We don't feel there have been verifiable CGI visuals supplied to the public. It's unclear this existing ground level because the existing ground level regularly floods, and with the piling, we can't believe that that won't be raised, and that will raise the whole height. And the finishing materials have not been finalized. The concerns and objections can be summarized as follows. 64 objectors in historic England thinks it's too big and harms the Topsham townscape from historic vantage points, most notably St. Margaret's Churchyard. 2, the application does not protect or enhance the heritage assets in a conservation area. Historic England says this application could potentially erode the Grade 2 church tower's landmark status. 3, the intensification of use that will come from the servicing of considerably larger boats will result for Key Cottage in loss of privacy and risk to health through contamination from air and waterborne toxic pollutants. 4, there's risk of destabilizing made-up ground that could lead to subsidence to Key Cottage, quayside flats, and properties opposite. 5, there will be considerable loss of light and outlook to properties opposite. 6, far greater attention has been given to mitigating the effects on wildlife than on human life. The legitimate planning objections from neighboring property owners have not been addressed in this report. They are casually dismissed in section 13, which reads, however, any interference with the right to a private and family life and home arising from the scheme as a result of impact on residential amenity is considered necessary in a democratic society in the interests of the economic well-being of the city and wider area. This is not fair. This is not democratic. This is not just. This residential commercial development is not in the wider public interest. It does not benefit the city of Exeter or the people of Topsham. It harms the townscape. It harms neighboring properties. It benefits one private family business. The applicant's interests should not supersede the human rights of others. There are so many uncertainties that we believe the committee should seek a design review or resubmission so that the true visual impact, scale, and impact on properties can be accurately assessed. At the least, we would respectfully invite the committee to visit the site, neighboring properties, and historic vantage points. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Okay, I'm now inviting questions from the committee to I'm seeing Ketchen, Mitchell, and then Patrick. Okay.
It's on, yeah.
You pop up, so sorry. It can record us.
If we can place conditions on applications, should we choose to be in favour of an application, how would you react to the idea that there's a condition that the ground level isn't risen, which is one of your sort of worries, because obviously that impacts on everything else as a condition? How would you react to that?
I think that would be helpful. That keeps the overall height of the building from going even higher, but I think it's still too high. But it also does mean that in relation to our garden, which is higher, that it keeps more of a distance, because the crane is parked right next door to us, or giant boats, including the oversized boats that the boatyard envisages moving towards servicing. There's a very large boat parked next to us right now.
Thank you. Councillor Mitchell.
Just to clarify from your comments, am I right in assuming you are not opposed to redevelopment of the site? You're just opposed to this particular scale and massing of this development?
Yes, that's absolutely true. But we would want to make sure that the scale and massing is acceptable to the community, as well as the impact on our house directly next door on Quayside. We have party walls. We're not just a neighboring property. We're attached to the boatyard. So this is a huge and it has a profound impact on us and on other neighbors, and on indeed all of Topsham with the historic heritage aspects.
Just as a follow-up, what consultations are taking place between you and the applicant in regard to this application?
There have been no consultations. This applicant began discussing with the planners in 2018. We had no idea this was happening, and about a week before the application was submitted, it was presented to us. There was no discussion, so there has been no discussion whatsoever at any point.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Patrick.
Thank you for coming to speak to us today. Just a question. You mentioned a risk of subsidence. What evidence have you got about the risk, or what evidence have you sought for that?
The area that both the boatyard and Quay Cottage and Quayside are on is a piece of made-up land that juts out into the river. This land is not stable land, that if you take an arbitrary line halfway down that same site and put many piles in and concrete raft it and have a massive building that has a greater mass than what is there now, I have spoken to architects about that and a planning consultant, and there will need to be surveys to ensure that doesn't destabilize the neighboring properties that are actually at present attached to the boatyard. It's not as if it's a separate building, separate site. It's the same site and it's attached.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillors with questions? In that case, my question has been answered already, which was I was going to ask what consultation has been happening around this. So I have no other questions of you. But thank you very much indeed for making your presentation, sir. I do apologise. Yes, right. It's because it's a poor explanation, but my list is the wrong way around. So I'm now calling on the supporter of the application, Ms. Trout. My apologies for rushing through that.
We're a family-run boatyard that has served the community for 123 years. I'm Holly Trout, and I work alongside my father, Mark Trout, sat behind me. He is the MD. We employ 9 members of staff, including 3 apprentices, and we're really proud to have good business charter accreditation. We work really hard to maintain that. I'm the 6th generation to work within the business. We're a one-stop shop for all things boat repair, maintenance, marine engineering, storage, and a lot more. It's actually quite hard to market because we do so much. We've managed Topsham Quay also on behalf of Exeter City Council for 85 years. We're seeking to replace the workshop with a state-of-the-art facility. The current building is no longer fit for purpose and cannot be modernised to provide suitable space. Our objective is to create a building that will comfortably fit the size of boat that we already work on and no bigger. We're really restricted by the head height that we currently have, and that is why our neighbour struggles with having boats outside of his garden, because we cannot fit them inside. In the past, we've had to turn away work because we couldn't get the boats inside of our workshop. The new workshop is needed to meet modern requirements and ensure the viability of our business. The building will have strong environmental credentials with vapour barriers, insulation and noise reduction measures, all of which our current building does not have. This will make life more pleasant for our neighbours and improve the working conditions. The proposals include offices, which will be a big improvement on what we have on our barge, which is cold and cramped. The new offices will enable us to look over the yard and keep an eye on everything, which will obviously improve safety. The chandlery with road access will increase the footfall and boost the independent retail scene within the town. The building will provide improved toilets and showers for customers and visiting yachts from along the south coast in Europe, which visit our pontoons and Topsham every summer. Once the building is finished, we'd look to remove the white barge, and this will open up the views in the area. We've worked really closely and constructively with the council through the pre-application and the application process. Since submitting the application, we've made several changes in response to feedback, provided additional information and refined the design to one that we are truly proud of and is fully supported by officers. Topsham was built on the river as a port and was famous for its shipbuilding and boat building, and as a family, we are the last remaining link to this maritime heritage. We hope that you'll continue to support our proposal and help us to secure the boatyard's future for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, and well within time. Thank you for that. I now invite questions to you from our members. Councillor Ketchum.
Hi, thanks for coming to speak. You've heard the concerns of your neighbour, and I think they maybe echoed some of the wider community. Two things struck me. One, you've heard a question about rising the level of the land. Could you ask, is it your intention to stay at the same ground level and not raise the height of the basic platform?
That is correct. We're not looking to raise the height of the ground because that would impede on the roof space that we'd have, and that's the main kind of aim for what we're trying to do. We're trying to improve height within the building to fit boats in, and obviously if we raise the floor, then we're kind of negating and mitigating that. We don't want to do that. We want the space.
And the second question comes to sort of, prepping the boats. When I've worked on boats in the past, it was all sort of lead-based anti-fouling, and I don't know if that's still the case, but I think your neighbour is also concerned about the removal of anti-fouling and, being dispersed in air towards the property, particularly outside spaces, one of obviously the attractive elements of Quay Cottage. Can you confirm whether work on boats when you get a larger space will be sort of done with in an enclosed space with you mentioned sort of lots of thoughtful things like vapor barriers and all this? Is it envisaged to be a closed workshop or an open workshop? Because obviously it's directly impacts on your neighbours' concerns.
With regards to the workshop, I would imagine we do such a wide variety of works that the way that I think we're envisioning kind of building this would be to try and create an area that we can kind of manipulate to suit our needs. So should we need to enclose an area, then maybe we could be able to do that. There's quite a lot of flexibility, I think, within the space that we've got inside. We're certainly looking to maintain and if not improve our environmental credentials. So we'd be looking at things that we can do to kind of maintain, trap and continue to enclose the nasties.
Thank you. Councillor Banyard. So another thing we've heard this evening is worries from the neighbours about the actual land that the building is going to be constructed on, described as made-up land that could be prone to subsidence if piles are driven in there and concrete rafts and things. Do you have anything to say about that particular concern from the neighbours?
So with regards to piling, I think it was kind of before I worked there, probably I would say roughly 2010, maybe before, maybe a little bit after. We actually piled throughout the outside aspect of the yard. So we're quite confident in how that all works. And I think sometimes people think of piling as these giant jackhammers that really penetrate the ground really aggressively. And actually we found that wasn't the case. It was more of a drilling action. And whilst I don't know this for sure, I would imagine that if it is done in the way that I am led to believe, then perhaps actually it would, you know, maybe even stabilise the ground further.
Thank you. Councillor Mitchell.
Could I just ask you some questions on an aspect you've not covered, which is the residential use of the site? Could you just outline to me what is the current residential use, what is the proposed residential change use, and who uses this residence? Is it family? Is it rental, long-term, holiday let? What is the nature of the residential accommodation?
So the current use of the accommodation is long-term rental. We tend to rent to professionals that work well within the area. With regards to the new kind of what we're looking to do, firstly, one of the main reasons for this is that we're acutely aware that boats are a leisure item and are not seen as an essential spend. So we need to find ways to supplement our income for, you know, in case times do get tough. And on top of that as well, so as I mentioned earlier, we've been managing Topsham Quay for 85 years. I think it was roughly 2 years ago, or maybe just over, the Exeter City Council requested that a tender went out for the provision of that service, which we were really proud to present ourselves for, and we were awarded it. But the provision of that tender for us to provide the services is only for 6 years in 2-year blocks. So with so much work for us coming from that, we just kind of felt it's quite necessary to supplement those, you know, that side of the business, just in case, God forbid, that we were to lose, you know, the management of Topsham Quay. With regards to future tenancy, it's not something that I'm personally aware of. So I can certainly seek further guidance for you, but I don't have the answer to that one right now.
I'm assuming from the application that the amount of residential space is increasing. It's not the number of units, it's not going from 1 flat to 2 flats or 3 flats. You're just making a larger unit there. So I understood, was it 3 bedrooms you're proposing? What is there now?
So currently there is a 2-bedroom flat, which I will say is very cramped. It's been up there an awful long time. It belonged to my great-grandparents. And so now I believe it would be a 3-bedroom flat.
Councillor Ralston.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for waiting so long to say your bit, and the same also to the previous speaker as well. Welcome to planning. And also, I just want to say, from coming from a family business background, well done for working with your parents and what that's like too. A couple of questions I've got. Just on you might not be able to give me an amount, but an understanding of the impact of the work that you currently do and what you'll be able to do in the new facility. Will it increase the amount of staff that you employ or apprentices that you train, or, you know, is it going to be 10% more business, 20%, or is it purely the fact of being able to do the work more quickly because you can bring the boats that you're working on inside and therefore be more effective in what you're doing? Does that make sense? Thank you.
I think in one of your parts of the question, you hit the nail on the head really nicely. At the moment, and not to bore you with the details of things like gel coat application, there have to be quite specific temperature ranges for the curing of these things. And obviously, if it's raining, you can't do it in the wet. So the turnaround could be a lot quicker. To go on a slight tangent, which has a link, we've recently invested about £15,000 in some new software, which is specialist boatyard management software. And with this, we should, you know, in the future, we would be able to give you maybe even an idea of like an actual percentage. But right now we don't have that kind of data. But in terms of turnaround, a lot quicker. In terms of the work we can take on, we've got sailing boats that really want work from us that we just can't facilitate because there's not a safe way for us to cover them throughout the winter whilst the work is done. There's nothing to say that, you know, should we be successful, it would be fantastic to employ further apprentices. We've got 3 at the moment who are they're so brilliant. And I think the apprentice route is a great opportunity for local people, and we're very much behind that, especially with the location of where we are. Many boat builders are either in Southampton or Poole or Plymouth, and so we're acutely aware that we really need to nurture the talent in our area, and especially with having so many people that are born and bred on the water. They already have that natural interest in working on the water and being around the water. Why not cultivate it? And by having a better space, that allows us to really lean into that.
Thank you. Councillor Ralston.
Sorry, I had one more question, but I knew that one would probably take some time. You might not know this answer, so it might need to. But do you know when the last time any big renovation was done? You've talked about how that it's sort of reached its end of life, almost, the building that you're in. Could you tell us about how the kind of the progression of that?
In my very shaky understandings from conversations with my grandparents, the building was bought in around the 40s or 50s. Way back when, my family were the harbour masters for the Topsham area, and the building that was given to them was the Lighter Inn pub on the Topsham Quay. So underneath where the bar is was the workshop, and above was the accommodation, and it was, as I understand it, very rickety, lots of wind blowing in and all sorts. And unfortunately, there was a fire either within the building or next door that meant that they could no longer live there. So they then moved over to the Ferry Road site, which is where we are now. With that, the workshop was first and foremost the key asset there. But having been made effectively homeless, they then needed to make somewhere to live. So that's when the accommodation went on top. So I believe, and I could be wrong, I think that was around 60s, maybe 70s. I'm a bit shaky on the numbers, but that's kind of how it came to be. And it's stood there ever since. And I will say, if you ever go in there, it's not great.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? No. Any other questions? No. Right. Okay. Thank you very much indeed, Ms. Trout. It's been very interesting to hear the family history and all that stuff. Thank you. Right, Director.
Just looking at the time, I think we'll probably go straight into your debate. I think, to be honest, I'm just worried about the 10 o'clock sort of closure.
I will explain to members that we have a hard stop at 10 o'clock. The lights are already trying to tell us otherwise. But I do want to make sure this application gets a fair hearing and its appropriate time. So can we move to debate now? Does anybody wish to open the debate? Councillor Ketchen.
So I understand the concerns of many of the residents. I think what I hear from the applicant is that they are willing to make mitigations. They can make those mitigations, and I think I'm sure the residents will still have lots of concerns, but I think I hear an applicant that can smooth the way, and I'll be voting for.
Thank you very much. Do I have anybody else who wishes to speak? Councillor Patrick.
I also understand the neighbours' concerns, and obviously having any sort of development right on your doorstep is obviously quite daunting and upsetting and worrying, and I do understand that. However, I also think that it's important that we're supporting, such a fundamentally sort of local specialist business that is obviously, looking to develop this property so that they can progress and so that they can sort of maintain, that sort of growth that they're looking for in this sort of sustainable, managed way. And I will also be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Patrick. Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you. I fully sympathise with the position of local residents because it's the unknown that is concerning them, and some of the answers none of us can give at this particular time. I am concerned the issue they raised about lack of consultation. I think it would have benefited us as a committee if this had been subject to a site visit as well at an earlier stage to get our feel of in detail of this important site in Topsham. I again support the principle of the development here, all I would like to see, and it's not a matter that we can put into the planning agreement or our conditions, is that there is a dialogue between the applicant and the neighbours, etc., so that at each stage of the work, both sides are happy that things are progressing as they would, because my concern is you don't want the antagonism between a successful local firm and established local families to build up in the area when dialogue and discussion, particularly if you feel your own building is under threat next door, aren't taking place.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell.
Councillor Ralston.
Thank you, Chair. I think from the kind of the questions we've asked, that the new build isn't, or the renovations, new build, whatever you choose to call it, isn't going to increase a significant amount of traffic, whether it be that on the road or the waterways, apart from in the construction. And I think the point that Councillor Williams raised about the construction period is something that we really do need to think about. Option was made for boats, not cars, and yeah, the roads are incredibly narrow, and there are turning points that are virtually impossible in anything other than a bike. So I think if we can, there needs to be something in the conditions about the kind of the management of the construction, alongside mirroring Councillor Mitchell's request for that dialogue between certainly the adjoining property, to make sure that at every stage the plan is working for the local area, and whether there's restrictions around the construction times or the access to the site times, particularly if it's going to happen during spring and summer, because Ferry Road itself, the road is the pedestrian throughway, because the pavements aren't wide enough, so it does get very busy with pedestrians and cyclists and the like. So I think we need to think about that, if that is something that we can put in.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ralston. Any other comments? So my thoughts are obviously relating to the mass of this. We have seen images where in the past, in fact, there was a much bigger building there, but it was made of wood, or at least appeared to be. There's also been comments about the materials. These are all things that we can condition. The iterations of this have shown to me that we have a developer that's listening to comments from the officers. I am also a little bit concerned that there hasn't been a more proactive conversation with the neighbours. I'm not sure we can condition that conversation, but I hope that the Trout family have heard this and may at least do something towards that. So if there are no other comments or contributions, I think we need to formulate a resolution. So I am going to, can you move to the proposed final slide, please?
It's been a long night.
Yeah. Right, okay. We're going back to the recommendation there. So the recommendation is to grant permission, but with conditions. The conditions, particularly on the CTMP, did you say there were other?
3 and 4.
Yeah, conditions 3 and 4, which those aren't actually numbers. So is that
in the report?
Oh, in the report,
Detailed
yes.
conditions.
There are detailed conditions, yeah. So all of these detailed conditions relating to the construction will be part and parcel of our delegation back to the officers. So I am proposing that we follow that recommendation. I have a seconder. I'm seconding Councillor Patrick. Now just simply asking for an indicative show of hands, first of all, as those in favour of the recommendation. Please show your hand. unanimous and therefore don't require against and abstentions. So in that case, that matter is delegated back to the officers. I hope that you can take consideration of all of the comments that you've heard, particularly the concerns of the neighbour. Thank you. Okay, we are moving on to 7. I almost want to take 7 and 8 together as a single item. You have seen the list of decisions made, the withdrawn applications and the appeals report. Are there any comments on the officers' reports from any of the members? No, in that case, we are asked to consider them. I don't think we need a vote on that. No, they are noted, right? Okay. Our next meeting is on the 27th of January. 27th of January, I've got the next meeting. Yes, 2 weeks' time. Yes. It is a biggie, it's Water Lane. So bring snacks, bring refreshments. Right.
2-day process.
Ladies and gentlemen, committee members, before we finish, I want to point out that this is the last time as a committee we are going to have Pierre alongside us. I want to say that in the time that I've been chair, I've found Pierre such an incredible support. He really has looked after me. I much appreciate it. And I would really like to say thank you very much, Pierre.
Thank you very much.
Merci
Thank you.
beaucoup.
I've got some handcuffs.
That's too much information. Sorry. Councillor, I'm afraid the recording has not yet been stopped. Now you can tell us about your handcuffs.
I thought I could see your delicate balance you were taking there. I thought, no, I'm just